got so much to interview, and I don't know. All right. Hello. Uh, I don't know. He told me to come here because I'm going to be doing a stream and about 5 other things. But other than that, I'm not sure. Hey, Philip. Philip, is there a Gainesville Sunspot? Oh, they're there. I'm sorry. Hey, you didn't get any sun, did you?
No, not at all. I'm miserable.
you,
Absolutely miserable.
you, were you able to sleep?
Oh yeah, no.
I've had it where I like couldn't sleep, and it's like
No, I woke
kill
up
me.
the next morning. This was Saturday. I woke up the next morning. I was just
Oh,
like, what have I done? Like, what
oh,
have
that
I
happened
done?
Friday.
No, Saturday.
Oh, Saturday. Oh,
But this
no.
massive blister between my eyebrows. It's great. Everything's great.
Oh man,
Everything is great.
I didn't know you didn't believe in sunscreen. Now
I hate sunscreen.
it sucks, but I've learned too to start using it. I'm just used to be the same. I'd be like, whatever. I want sun. No, after a few of those summers, I'm like, nope, not worth it.
No, like in 20 years from now, whenever I have skin cancer, I
Right.
will look back at this moment right now.
Yes, I've been lucky so far to not have any.
I'll sit here with you.
Okay. Oh, Jack. Oh man. It was
That's
the
that COVID beard.
I was like,
I haven't seen him in about a year.
I didn't. It's like, who is that? That's funny. Corey, do you want to talk to Palaka?
What?
You want to talk to Palaka?
Yeah, they were going supposed to talk somewhere. We won something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, coach said they were going to meet today.
Dixie County's here.
I just got notified from Jeff Turner.
Come on. Hmm? Oh no, done.
Oh, I
Josh.
grabbed my camera mouse.
Okay.
What do you got down there? Is the monitor set up or no?
I gotta get it.
Where's the helmet?
I forgot to bring it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I forgot to bring it.
Probably
Forgot to grab it off the shelf.
That's your signature. The helmet.
Yeah, I forgot to grab it off the shelf.
Did you bring your monitor? No, you brought your TV. Yeah.
Are you gonna fight SIU? Like the guy MMA SIU? He's in everybody else.
I hate myself.
I got pawns. That'll help. You got aloe in your house?
Yeah, I got aloe lotion.
Oh,
I
aloe.
brought
Yeah, sorry.
everything with me.
Sorry, it's aloe. I say aloe for some reason. You can find the plants with the plants on. But that's another thing. Literally take the plant and go, all right.
Yeah.
Philip,
Let's put it that way.
Philip, why are they all going over there?
Well, I mean, I assume you guys would be like, hey, come here.
Well, she just grabbed a bunch of them. Who is that? Who is that?
PS4 maybe? Or is that Mike's photography?
Oh, Mike's photographer. Okay.
He's putting a team on.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Just the way it is.
I saw you guys played 2 years
It's just
ago.
for everyone, future to see what it's
Stories.
Quarterback.
Gotcha. All right.
You're a linebacker. You want to take this one?
No. I got it.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Heck, I think we ran for 1,000.
first year to have to get ready for that. So it's been a little more normal this year. Does this kind of feel like maybe more like the first year? Or?
This feels like the first year.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, like it's like one long training camp. Like
Yeah.
speaking in NFL terms. Yeah, last year was like a big long training camp. But
Right.
these kids, and I was just telling the young man earlier, everybody over there is 3-point GPA and above,
Mm-hmm.
and they took in a lot of information
this season as far as this team? You mentioned the team has been able to
Yeah.
practice a little more and learn the system a little more.
Yeah.
What are you guys looking forward to?
I tried
Getting
it
better.
for a while.
What do you think's going to be better
Then
this year?
I
it just
think
won't.
we have a lot of young talent
That's what they say.
right now, but
It's that time.
we also have
that first
a
month.
lot of returning
Like that no
starters.
shave November.
So we'll have that leadership aspect.
Right.
But I think we'll have more young depth,
Okay.
and just
Test. Oh, sorry. Test 1, 2. That works.
Alright, I'm turning it down for now.
Yeah. Yeah, that was for the Star Banner. For Ocala, yeah.
Okay.
No, John asked me to do that one.
Here, while I'm thinking about it, here is. Here you go.
Oh, thank you. Where is yeah, I'd like GHS to come by here. They've already been down here?
Let me,
GHS has been here? Yeah, I'm gonna have them.
While you're talking, just casually, when Dixie BSN, just call me Dix.
you got that? When Dixie
It's on the
BSN.
screen too.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
You got Dixie Tails.
Yeah, you probably need to talk to them.
And I forgot I left my prospectus
The
in a
prospectus.
hurry. I was gonna hand them out to the coaches and player, or the
Oh,
coaches rather.
really?
I can email it to them.
Yeah.
All right, Francesca's almost here.
Okay.
What's up?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
We don't have to have pictures of it. No. No, we have to fill that out. Texas testing. Here, I'll give that to them.
Thank
And if you
you.
guys wanna, have y'all been down this way?
No, this is the first stop.
Head down and see. They might want you at TV down there, TV 20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and they said they're gonna send Johnson's gonna send somebody to practice to take pictures later
Okay.
of because I think the one they did was the Ocala Gazette. I think that was a different one. So he said they'd send out a photographer to some pictures before the season.
Good deal.
Thank you.
I haven't had a vacation, so it's like.
Yeah, go ahead. It's actually live, so we'll just go ahead. All right. Let me get tests. All right. Welcome, Coach L.B. Cravey of Dixie County. Coach, it's your third year now?
Third year, yes, sir.
Time flying, or is it?
It can sometimes, and it can last a little longer than it feels like.
So this year, I mean, is obviously different than last year. You had spring, you have had an off-season program. So how much different has it been, and how much do you think it's going to help coming into this year?
Oh, it's going to make a big difference. This was actually like my first year being able to have a spring. I wasn't the head football coach
right.
when Rich was still there in the spring the first year, and then last year with COVID. This year, so I was really excited to kind of use spring to implement and roll off into the summer, and it's been really good. The boys have been working hard, and they're just excited for the opportunity to play a smooth football season.
Yeah, you mentioned smooth football season, and we expect that at this point. It'll start for you guys. Well, it starts for everybody a little bit later, although last year, of course, it was even later because of COVID. It was September. But if you look at the schedule this year, opening with Taylor County, so that'll be a tough one to go with. And then, of course, Trenton and your normal rivals, Chiefland, and on down the list to Union County, who you've developed a pretty good rivalry with.
Yeah, definitely. Union County is Andrew Thomas, and he was I played for him at Dixie County when he was one of my coaches. So I've been real close to Andrew for years. So that's an exciting game. We're excited about it.
What do you think, too, and we've seen this, in fact, they just came in the gym. You're not playing, well, I don't know if this is the full schedule. I'll have to ask you about that.
Yeah, we're updating it. I just got it finished right now.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah. So you got Newberry, Fort White. And Fort White's going to have a new coach. Still, they're figuring that out. Williston. So, yeah, as usual, tough schedule. Interestingly enough, Newberry, as good as the seasons they've had the last couple of years, they are rebuilding a bit. And then there's Bradford coming into 1A, and they're pretty good.
Oh, they're pretty good, man. Yeah, they definitely. When I seen that, I was like, wow, they've always had successful years, and we just got to rise to the occasion.
Talk about some of your guys that you have returning, and the guys that are actually here. Maybe you can talk about the guys that are here with you today, but also some of your returning starters you're counting on this year.
Yeah, well, right here I got Colton Hunt. He's been a 3-year starter for us. Been playing running back since his sophomore year. Safety style kid, real athletic, explosive. Definitely a leader. We're excited to see what he can do. He's been really been vital in helping us be successful these past few years. And then we got Pyrus Kleins over here. He's been dominant on both sides of the ball, especially defense. Leader, loves it. He's got a lot of different scholarship offers.
Right.
He's been working real hard and plays defensive end. Might play a little linebacker for us this year, depending on the situation. But both of these boys are leaders, hard workers, 3-year starters, and actually Pyrus is actually a 4-year starter, and really ready to play. Ready to play.
That's got to feel good as a coach too. Now, getting some 4-year and 3-year starters into the program now, and getting kind of building up again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They like I said, this class that's coming is a big class, but they since I took over, they were all sophomores, and they were all just buying in and really pushed hard, and we won some ball games their sophomore year, and it continued on last year and moving on. So I'm excited. They've all grown and matured, and I feel like it's really going to benefit this football team.
I'll ask these guys off the set. Sorry, off the headset. But which game are you guys looking forward to this year? What would you say? Union? Is that the big one now? The one? Yeah. See, that's what I thought. You guys have really. It's been a back and forth with them. That may not have been a natural rivalry, right? But or has it been?
Well, when I was in school, Union County was the rivalry.
It was? Okay.
Yeah, it was C.J. Spiller and the Nobles, and when they were all there, that was the big game. It was either us undefeated versus Union County in the second round, or them. So it's kind of made its way back, and that's kind of cool.
That was Coach Brent Wilkerson was coaching then.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He's still athletic director, right?
Oh yeah.
So
he's Coach Wilkerson's still there. He's still heavily involved.
Yeah.
I always reach out to him for questions, and he's always willing to help. Definitely there involved.
Well, Coach, we wish you good luck. Thanks for coming by, and thanks for being here today.
No problem,
we're just glad to get football going again.
Oh, man, for sure, man. We're excited. Well, I appreciate you for having us, Steve.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
Yes,
That's
sir. Thank you, man.
Dixie County Coach L.B. Cravey. We'll be back in a few moments with some more. Thank you.
Yo. Check.
All right. We are doing this flying by the seat of our pants today here. But Coach Brian Tomlinson's here in Bradford. His Tornadoes are here. We'll talk about other players here in a second. But, Coach, this is year 5 for you? Man,
Five.
time's flying, isn't it?
I'm telling you. It's like being an old man now.
Nah, not at all. But, looking back to last season to this year, and the obvious question is, too, COVID affected so much last year. And this year, you've been able to have spring, you've been able to have summer workouts. So I'm sure a lot more normalcy going on, and it's felt a lot better to have your players around.
Oh, absolutely. Last year was kind of crazy. Crazy for everyone, but, not being able to have them all summer and then having to be quarantined and kids going in and out, it was a little bit hectic. But, glad to have things somewhat back to normal, whatever normal is.
Yeah, that's what it says every normal is. Well, and a little bit of a change this year for your team. You're going into Class 1A, so you're going to have some different teams to look at this year. And how is that going to affect your team and what you're looking at the schedule this in 2021?
I don't think it changes much of anything as far as our preparation.
Just the playoffs will be different.
Yeah, playoffs will be different.
Instead of bowls, it'll be Hawthorne, maybe, or Madison.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people, unfortunately, think that 1A smaller class means lower football, and that's not true at all.
Not around here. No.
I believe that 1A probably has some of the better football.
Right, and I think I would agree with you there. And I'm looking at your schedule. You're going to play Union County this year. Yeah. So that'll be that's a game I don't think they've played in a little while in football, have they?
Since 2011 in a kickoff classic.
Yeah, so that's something.
I was the OC on the other side.
Right, and you of course was a assistant coach and then the baseball coach at Union County, won a state title. You know that place well, so that'll be fun to play them. I know it'll be that'll be packed in Lake Butler. And then looking down the road, I mean, it's a gauntlet. Clay, University Christian, Swanee, Baldwin, Madison. You're playing Madison in the regular season. You might see him again in the playoffs. Originally, you're going to play Hawthorne, so I mean, it's going to be a tough one. It'll get you ready for the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, then that's to us. That's the goal of the regular season is to prepare yourself for that.
Yeah. So talk about some of the guys that are coming back for you. Some of the guys you have here.
Well, I have Mr. John Tez Williams, Sincere Hankerson, and Nathaniel Smith. So. There's some guys that have been working hard this summer and rewarding them with a little bit of fun.
How many guys did you return on both sides, and how many did you lose?
Man,
think about that one.
Yeah, we had 9 seniors.
Okay.
So we didn't lose many. We are returning quite a bit, starting on both sides of the ball. Just hoping that we can have some consistency.
So who do we got? Let's introduce these guys.
Like Sincere has the microphone first. So
Sincere, first of all, your name means we're gonna live up to your name there and be sincere with me. What are you expecting of this season? What year are you, by the way?
22.
You're a senior, so this is your senior year coming up. What can you? What are you expecting, or what kind of goal is this team looking for this year? Is it? I know everyone always says state, but how are you looking to get better, too, as a player this year?
Just playing my position, doing everything I can do right, and, hyping up my other players as the game is on, and, just winning game by game. Just win it game by game.
Which game? Is there a game on the schedule you're really looking forward to?
Baker and Union.
It's Baker and Union. Yeah, right. First two. And then, again, you're playing Baker to start, and that rivalry is really been going on for almost every year for many years.
Yeah, well, it took a couple of years off. We were able to bring it back a couple of years ago. And I'll be honest, everybody kept telling me, man, it's a big game. It's a big game. I said, okay, well, I've been a part of rivalry game. Nope, never been a part of something like that.
Really?
That is a big-time rivalry.
Yeah, that'll be opening week for you on the 27th. So who else we got? Let's pass the headset on here.
John Tez Williams.
John Tez. What position do you play, John Tez? Oh,
I play cornerback and receiver.
quarterback and receiver. Okay. So, are you hoping to open up offense a little bit? Like, what are you looking for? Are you a senior?
Yeah, I'm a senior.
You're a senior. Okay. What are you
I'm
looking
really
for?
forward to opening up on defense. 'Cause
Defense.
We have a whole lot of weapons on offense, so
Yeah.
me adding to the defense would be most better. For
You
the
play
team.
more defense.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, how's your defense expected to be? What are you expecting on that side? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, the what about you? Is it the same for you? You looking forward to playing Baker Union?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, the schedule, like the first 2 weeks, it's going to be
Yeah.
pretty fun games to start with, and I think y'all added Clay. You usually play them, right? Is it?
Everybody in Stark says it's been a long time since we played each other. And,
Yeah.
we're right down the road.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And UC, I know you play them pretty regularly now. University Christian. That's a good test as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Who's our last guy down here on the end?
My name's Nathaniel.
Nathaniel. Oh yeah, I see your tag now. Are you what do you play? Line? What's your position?
Center.
Center. Okay. So what about you? How's your offensive line? You think looking coming in?
Looking really good. You got some really good players.
Are you a senior?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, this team has been. It seemed like you've been close, so close. What is it? Do you think you've got a team this year that can go all the way to, I think, wherever they have the state championships? We don't know yet. Wherever, do you think this is a team that can win the state title?
I believe that it's a team that can compete for them. I'm not going to say
you can compete for it. That's the question. Right?
That is. I mean, I do believe so. I believe that like I said earlier, there are lots of great teams in 1A, so anybody can win it. And our region's pretty loaded with them. So
right.
You'll
see Madison County in the season, so that'll let you know. Well, Coach, good seeing you again.
You too.
And it was good that we're getting a little bit back to normal here. Appreciate you guys coming by today, and we're able to have these media days again.
It's always fun for the kids.
Yep, that's right. Good to see you again, Coach Brian Tomlinson of Bradford and his players. Thanks, guys. All right.
7 out. 1-2.
Sounds good. All right, we are back here. We've got a whole bunch of guys we're going to get to in a minute. But right now, Gainesville High School coach Doc Pollard, coach second year. And, well, first of all, the first year was talk about the, flying by the seat of your pants. No spring, no summer workouts because of COVID. So how much better has this year been, at least off-season wise?
It's been great. Just the opportunity to have a spring and a full summer going into a season to prepare for the fall. I think it's going to make a world of difference for this year's version of Gainesville High School.
Yeah, I know last year the record not what you want it to be, but I think as the season went on, it seemed like the team was really improving. And your playoff game, I know no moral victories, but you took Mainland all the way to the wire in that first round game.
Right. Again, I just look at the opportunity to have a spring, have a summer. Progress is a process. It's not an overnight thing. Anybody that knows anything or has worked hard for anything knows that you don't get what you want overnight. And as we played throughout the season, going into the Mainland game, we were getting better because we were getting more comfortable with one another, coaching staff to player. We were able, as the season went along, we were able to find out what we did good, and then we were able to implement that as we went down the road. But without the spring and without the summer, we weren't able to do that.
Well, not only that too, but I mean, because of COVID, you basically missed about a month in the. I mean, it was really a stop and start season. It really hard to get into a groove last year.
It was. October had 7 practices in the whole month of October. Again, didn't get the reps, but what I will attribute to our players and to our guys that were a part of Gainesville High School football last year was their mental toughness. I mean, it was a very unusual situation, but the guys didn't quit. And that is what it takes to make it.
Right.
We talk about focusing on the chain of events, and that's the process of what it takes to execute. And those guys were focused on that. But the first thing you got to do is show up and be willing to do that. And these guys have done that.
Well, right off the bat here in 2021, Vanguard back on the schedule. So right away, it's going to be a road game against a perennial playoff team. And then Bishop Moore and Trinity Catholic. First 3 weeks are going to be incredibly challenging as you head into the district play later in the year.
Right. It's Gainesville High School. We play the best of the best. We don't run from anybody. Last year we played, the state, champions, Sanford Seminole.
Seminole, right?
It's 8-0 for the better part of 3 quarters. We don't shy away from anyone. But I think that mentality is what has these guys. They want to compete against the best.
Right.
I know. Ryan Nolan, that's all he ever talks about, is wanting to play the best.
Yeah.
That attitude permeates throughout our locker room.
Let's see, who do we have with us here? Ryan, we got Ryan. You said I see Brent King. Who else you got with you here today? Brendan Bowden. Quentin Daniels. All right. Quentin's got the headset, so we'll talk to him. What year are you, Quentin?
I'm an upcoming senior.
So you're a senior, okay. Yeah, we'll talk to these guys.
Okay.
If you want to move them down. Yeah, that's fine. Guys, Quentin, what position you play there?
I play linebacker.
You're a linebacker. Okay,
Yes,
so what are you expecting? I think defense last year was a real strength at Gainesville High. I know at times it was hard scoring points, but your defense seemed like it was really pretty good last year. What are you looking to get better at as a senior this year?
Just limiting mistakes, more chances that we can get, off of turnovers. We want to take it back to the crib, pick sixes, picking up fumbles, taking them to the touchdown.
Okay.
Just converting on turnovers a little bit more.
What about Ryan? What are you looking for? You're a senior? You're a senior now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Senior.
so what are you looking at this year as far as your senior year at Gainesville? What you want to accomplish and what your team is looking to accomplish coming in?
I mean, we just want to, defense, we never really – we had minimal mistakes last year that cost us some games last year on defense. But, defense is really strong, and we don't really give up that many points. So, as long as we can just, like Quentin said, convert on turnovers, get a lot of defensive touchdowns and special team touchdowns, we're gonna be all right.
How hard was last year, not having any spring or really, you picked up a football for the first time, like when the fall practice started. How difficult was it to kind of get in the groove, too, with COVID and with games being canceled?
It was real difficult. We didn't have no spring, no summer, so we just basically started off and the season started late, so we just started off.
Plus, you had your coach coming in; he was new.
Yes, sir.
How's it been better working with him this year?
Everything going good. We had right after the season ended, we got straight to winter workouts, and then we got the spring.
Mm-hmm.
We had a good spring. We just couldn't show too much, so y'all gonna see this season. But and then now the summer is going even better.
How about if you look at your schedule? What's the game you're looking forward to? What are you circling?
All of them.
All of them?
All of them.
Good answer. Because I would say usually you would say Buchholz or something like that, but it's everybody, huh?
Treat them like the same.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's talk to Brandon. Who we got? Brandon down here. You're a senior as well, Brandon?
Yeah, yes, sir.
What position you play?
Defensive end.
You're D end. Okay. We'll talk about what you've been working on in the off season. Like, what do you look forward to heading into 2021? Hopefully, have a more normal year than last year, whatever that means.
Yes, sir. I mean, I've been working on my game. A lot of summer practices. So that's it, really.
How's it been getting more used to your coach? His second year for Coach Pollard.
I mean, I warmed up to him good. That's my favorite coach.
He's a defensive guy. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Brent, are you playing? Are you a senior as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to be quarterback or what?
Right receiver.
Receiver. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do y'all have a Do you have a quarterback returning?
Yes, sir.
You do. Okay. I was trying to remember that. All right. Well, what about offensively? I know your team. It seemed like last year offensively, the team was really getting better at the end of the season.
Yeah, we got better at the end of the season.
What was the key to that? Just more practicing together? Or?
Yeah, more practices and everybody came together.
Okay. Well, guys, appreciate it. You guys, good luck to you this year. We'll,
thank
you. At least we were able to meet this year. See you guys later.
Yes, sir.
confusing, but.
Make sure I ain't untangled this right
We straight. Oh, this is cool.
That's what's going on. There we go.
Hey, bro, this make me want to start a podcast.
Yeah. Camera's right there, but don't worry about it. We'll just be talking. All right, welcome back. We've got Chiefland here, the Chiefland Indians in their powder blue. Always one of my favorite uniforms to look at. And we're joined now. Go ahead and say your name, Coach.
James Corbin.
James Corbin. Okay, you're here today as the Coach Gore, not here, but you're serving as the head coach. Yeah, associate coach, right. So, Coach, talk about how the spring has gone and summer as well, and a little more normalcy returning this year than we had a year ago.
Yeah, the return to normalcy has really been something we've been looking forward to. So coming into spring season, last year kind of was a little bit in shambles because of COVID and everything. It applied to us just like everybody else. So really just going into spring, we just wanted to preach physicality and effort, and that's what we did, and we came out and since day one made sure that we were putting in a lot of work. And, we got to see that transpire on the field whenever we actually got to play in our spring jamboree against Bronson and Williston.
Mm-hmm.
Saw a lot of effort out there, a lot of physicality that we've been missing. And that was really a good time. And this summer we've been able to keep that going in the weight room. And just looking forward to this upcoming season, be able to put that together for 10 games.
You coach the defense. What do you coach?
I'm on offense.
You're an offensive coach?
Yes.
Okay. So, what are you looking at this year? I know a very young team a year ago, but a lot of returning starters coming back on offense.
Oh, yeah. We definitely lost some pieces last year for sure, and we lose some of that leadership. But we got a lot of young pieces, like you said, coming into this upcoming season, especially on offense. We'd like to keep preaching physicality, especially under center running the wing T stuff. And, we like to give people a bunch of different looks. But, physicality is where it starts and finishes. If you're not coming out there being the most physical team, you're going to have difficult winning ball games. And so that's really where we want to be at. And offensively, we're bringing a lot of people back, and so I feel really good about it going into it.
Now, I know Coach Adam Gore is back now as the head coach, and he was only gone a couple years, so it's not, I guess, a huge transition coming back to him, I would think. Were you on the staff the last couple of years as well?
Yes, and
okay.
Yeah, I've been on staff, and I was on staff last time he was here, so it's not a huge culture shock to have him back.
Yeah.
It's definitely good home cooking to have him back, and he definitely teaches the philosophy that Chiefland needs, especially in a time like this.
Yeah, and they had a lot of success with him as the coach. And I know Coach Palmer has had a lot of success, and he's still at the school. Is that right? Or is
he's still there at the school. He has his hand help where he can, with his health. But, he's still there at the very least as somebody to pitch ideas and bounce ideas back and forth with.
Who'd you bring here with you today? We'll talk to some of these guys.
Got Jamie Strong, senior running back, defensive end. We got Geraldo de la Cruz playing offensive and defensive line. He'll kind of bounce all over for us. And we got James Latson here and playing the defensive line for us.
Okay, so you're Geraldo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're a senior coming up too? Okay. So, and I know you play both lines, so this is a team that, Chiefland's going to run the ball a lot. So are you looking forward to opening holes for your buddy here next to you too?
Oh, yeah. Trying to get him some touchdowns.
But, I mean, as you look forward to your senior year, what do you hope to, is something that you can improve upon and this team can get better from a year ago and can help them have a little more success this year?
Just be a lot more physical and execute the way we're supposed to.
Glad to have the Coach Gore back. Is he?
Yeah, always.
Is he tough? He's pretty tough, or is he?
Yeah, he's tough. He'll get in. Yeah. He's tough.
Let's talk to. What's your first name? I'm sorry. Jamie. Can you give him the headset real quick? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, guys. I know it's a little. We're doing things here, but how about you? You returning. Had a pretty good year last year, and you'll be the leader, kind of running the ball this year again for Chiefland.
Yes, sir. I just want to preach physicality and just never give up attitude when you're running the ball. No matter the hole's there, hole isn't there, you got to run, hit hard.
You got the big lineman blocking for you too, like your friend here next to you. Okay.
Yes,
what about the defense? Let's go down and talk defense. What are we expecting from the Chiefland defense this year?
I mean, I just
Oh, either one of you. Sorry, I was going to talk to. Go ahead and say, are you a senior too?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Go ahead. What are you expecting this year from the Chiefland defense?
Everybody to run their assignments and be physical.
I hear the word physicality a lot. Is that the?
Yes, sir. Physicality and effort is everything.
Principle.
Anybody can say it. Can take that one if you want. But, well, guys, I appreciate you coming by. We'll let you get down to the other folks, and thanks for coming today.
Yes,
Good
sir.
luck this year. That's Chiefland, and we will come back. It looks like Go Call's in here, so we'll come back with them in a little bit. All right, we are back here at Eastside and joined now by Oak Hall. Welcome, Coach R.J. Fiore. Good to see you again.
Thanks, Marty.
Coach, a year ago we were couldn't do anything like this. It's kind of nice to be back and seeing people in person.
Yes.
And your team had an interesting year last year and nearly won a state title. It was very close.
It was close. Yeah, we were on the 10-yard line, lost by a touchdown, incomplete pass, but really proud of the kids. Had to move to 8-man because of numbers, but made the best of it. Went to the state championship, and really proud of the kids on how they were able to rally and face adversity.
That was that experience too. I mean, having to, I don't know, as a coach, I'm sure having to go back to that and not having any spring or very little summer was quite a challenge. But it seemed like you really, offensively, your team really, they put up a lot of points every week. It was a very, very high offensive output last year for you.
Yeah, we switched to the single wing spin series and had 3 weeks to install it. But give a lot of credit to Andrew Pickens, our senior quarterback, great football IQ, and we had a lot of good games in terms of offensive output. Rushed for over 2,700 yards as a team, and it was a good season. It was got us into the Sunshine State Athletic Conference,
right?
Which is a great conference, and we're very happy where we are, and we're able to move back to 11-man. So it was just the 1 year.
Well, so that's good news, I guess. How many kids do you have coming out for the team? I guess the numbers have been up this year.
Yeah.
Last year was a little bit of an aberration.
It was. And I guess if there was any year that we had to move to 8-man, last year was the year to do
right.
it. It was a little crazy, but we'll have about 25 on the varsity, which is good for us.
Okay.
And we've got 18 on the middle school, so that's good. I look at it each year from 6th grade all the way through 12th, and we've got some good numbers coming up and some good athletes, so it's exciting.
Yeah, your schedule, you just handed it to me, and you mentioned the SSAC playoffs will be the month of November. If you're able to get through that and get all the way through that. But I see, again, St. Francis, you got a rivalry game, so got to have that, right?
Yep. Coach McDaniel and I definitely wanted to get that back on the schedule. The kids love it. It's a rivalry, but it's a respectful rivalry. I coached under Coach McDaniel when he was here, and he's a great guy, and I'm excited to get them back on the schedule for sure.
Which game are you looking at maybe, and I know it's still early, but which game are you looking at it's what's going to be a real challenge in the regular season?
Well, it's a lot of this is unknown.
Right.
I have some film, but not a ton. I think Seven Rivers is going to be a tough test. They're an air raid team. Their coach, Monty Van, his son's the quarterback, very good athlete. So I know Seven Rivers will definitely it's going to test our secondary, and I think they'll definitely be a tough game for sure.
I know you don't probably completely replace a guy like Andrew Pickens because he did so much for you, but who are you looking at, I guess, do you have a quarterback in mind coming in, or is that going to be decided in summer workouts?
Well, we have two guys in mind, to be honest with you. Dakota Brower, who's going to be a freshman. He was our quarterback in the middle school, a great athlete. And then Georgie El Samarani, which actually he played his 9th grade year, didn't play 10th and 11th. He's an extremely good lacrosse player.
Okay.
Matter of fact, the lacrosse coach told me a couple of weeks ago that he didn't have a point scored against him. He's a long stick defensive midfielder. But he's a great athlete, so he's coming out, and he's done very well in some of our 7-on-7 stuff as well. So
he's a senior then?
He's a senior.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So who do you have here with you today?
I've got our tight end, defensive end, Dylan Provencher. He's going to be a junior. I've got Carter Coleman. Carter Coleman is going to be a senior. He's a running back, linebacker. And Christopher Davis. He's our offensive line, defensive line. He's only going to be a sophomore. We're excited, expecting big things from these guys, both from on and off the field, leadership-wise.
So you're a junior, Dylan? You said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
Yes,
and you're returning from last year. So what did you enjoy about 8-man football, and would you rather play 11-man? I mean, which one kind of would you say is more of suiting your game?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all want to play 11 man in the
Yeah.
long run, but definitely with the numbers we had and with the issues we had with COVID and all that stuff, I think it made the most sense to go down to 8 man and still be able to have a whole season of
Mhm.
football, which was huge for us.
Right.
And yeah, so I think in the long run, like 11 man is where we want to be, but definitely nothing against 8 man in the season we had last year.
So that being said, more with now the summer workouts and spring back, you were able to have an off season basically, and so I'm sure going back to 11 man, it was just like old times, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the nice thing too is with the offense that we were in 8 man, it translates very well to 11 man and vice versa. The single
Right.
wing spin series is something that we didn't have to change a whole lot. We can add more to it now that we can have more of a passing game along with it.
Mhm.
But they both translate pretty well, 8 and 11 man.
Right. Let's talk to Carter. We'll talk to the other guys down there a little bit. Carter, you're a senior.
Yes, sir.
You play running. Are you a running back, and what else? Do you play another position? Or?
Yeah, I play linebacker.
You're a linebacker, so you're on both sides. Yeah, I know you have. Everybody plays both sides, pretty much.
Yeah. Carter led the team the last 2 years in tackles.
Mhm.
He also led us in rushing last year with
Right.
almost 1,000 yards and 18 touchdowns. So he's definitely a two-way standout for us.
Yeah. So, looking forward to your senior year and your last year at Oak Hall. But as you go back to the 11-man, what worked for you? It seemed like you had a really good year in the 8-man attack last year as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's different than 11 man.
Mhm.
It's not the same in the sense that it's just 8 man. When we were playing it, it was felt like one-on-one at times.
Right.
Because it was, 3 less guys on the field made a huge difference.
Mhm.
In transitioning that back to 11 man, it's going to be definitely difficult for some of us. What I would say as a team, though, I definitely think we're ready. I would rather play 11-man and have a losing record than go back to 8-man and go to a state championship, to be honest.
Right.
Just as my senior year, when I was growing up, I've been playing since I was in 4th, 5th grade,
Mhm.
and I've always been playing 11-man, and that's what I fell in love with.
Yep.
And 8-man's not. It was great. It was a great experience, but for my last ride, I want to go out for 11-man.
I'm sure I'm going to ask you this question. You're going to say St. Francis. Which game do you have scheduled? But is there another game on this schedule that you would say outside of St. Francis that you're really looking forward to playing any of these teams?
I haven't played these teams in a while, but I know
Yeah.
Bishop, Snyder, they won the state championship last year in the conference that we are, and we played
That's
them
right.
sophomore year, and we beat them pretty handily. But we'll see this year. It could be a battle, and
Mhm.
we just want to go out and compete.
All right. Who do we have on the end?
Christopher Davis.
Christopher Davis, okay.
He's going to be a sophomore. He's our guard and defensive lineman.
So, Christopher, good to have you here.
Yes, sir.
And so this is your sophomore year. So you saw the field a lot as a freshman then.
Yes, sir.
How was that experience for you last year as a freshman, learning to the 8-man game?
It was great.
Pull that up a little bit more.
It
was great.
Yeah.
Is it tough Is it a tough game for a lineman, like especially defensive lineman? Is it a very offensive game, or is it actually okay? Is it more of an offensive line game? Like, what would be a little bit easier to play in 8-man?
In my opinion, I say offensive line because
Offensive line.
really it's like the play they have to, the defense have to read the play, and the play that we were running they couldn't read it right. So it's
yeah.
The other thing too that helps us again, we had 5 linemen.
Right.
A lot of teams in 8-man only have 3 linemen. So
Mhm.
we were able to run our offense and not having, like Christopher was saying, you really notice the difference of not having the 3 guys on defense, I think more so than offense.
Yeah.
There's only really a couple coverages you can run. But once we get to the second level, it's easier to get our guards to the
Right.
second level because there's only a 5-man box really
Mhm.
instead of a 7-8-man box.
Yeah,
So-
it sounds like I've seen it as more on an offensive game too. But
And Christopher's very athletic.
Yeah.
We run a lot of power and counter, and so we ask a lot of our guards, and he's very athletic for his size.
Mhm.
6'2", 255, only a sophomore, and he had a great year for us, both offensively and defensively. Didn't want to steal his thunder here, but I had to brag on him a little bit.
It's okay. Well, Coach, good to see you and good to see your team. It's good to be back and kind of back to a little bit of normalcy here.
Yes, sir.
Having a media day and talking face to face. So we'll let you get down to some of these other folks that want to see you as well.
Well, thanks, Marty. Appreciate all you guys do.
Yep, thank you very much. That's Coach R.J. Fuhrer and the Oak Hall team.
Perfect. Hi, how are you guys doing today?
Wonderful. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Coach Gibson, tell me what you're most excited for this season.
I'm just ready for some football to be played without COVID restraints and, just getting the kids out there on the field and get back to having some fun and playing some football.
Yes, for sure, for sure. So you guys had a full spring this year, correct?
We had a full spring, yes. This is my first year coming into it. We had our spring game get pushed early a week, so we got, 9 days of real practice. So, having a full fall would be good.
Sounds good, sounds good. So when did you come in?
I came in January, towards the end of January, so.
Okay, and so you prepared the whole spring with the team,
Yes.
and then you played one game at the end of the spring, correct?
We did, yes. We played Trenton. They've been together for a while, so we knew what we were facing. Offensively, I think we looked good. Defensively, I think we looked pretty good. We just missed a couple assignments. It's always when you have a new offense to put in and a new defense to put in, and you only get 9 days, you're going to be,
For sure.
kind of shorthanded. But I think for the most part, we did pretty well in what we prepared for, and we know what our assignments are supposed to do. We just missed them a couple times. So.
So tell me about your players you have here with me.
Today I got Joseph Jones with me, Kobe Deloach, and Nate Jenkins. All of them are seniors, but two of them play offensive and defensive line, and the other one plays linebacker, and he's probably going to play some running back for us. He don't know it yet, but I'm telling him now. So
Exactly. There you go. That's perfect. Do they feel like freshmen to you since you're new, or
No.
did you know them before?
Yeah, I knew. So I was at Interlochen a couple years ago, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, and a lot of these guys were freshmen when I was there, freshman or sophomore, so I know most of them.
Perfect.
So that was a good thing about coming in, is I knew some of the kids already.
Good kids, too,
Yeah,
not
good
just
kids.
players?
Yeah,
Good,
just good
exactly.
kids.
That's what we like to hear. So, Joseph, you ready? Can I ask you a few questions? Okay, so you're a senior?
Yes, ma'am.
And what position do you play?
I play linebacker.
Linebacker. Okay, so what are you looking for from your team this year?
Honestly, just everybody to do their jobs and assignments and come together more as a team.
As a senior on this team, what do you feel like your biggest role is?
To be a leader for the underclassmen and everybody who's just now coming into the sport and everything. Tell them how things are going, to be.
Be a leader. Coach Gibson, you looking at any freshmen, sophomores pull up, or?
It'll depend. We're in the transition period where we're starting 7th and 8th grade middle school football there too. So
Got it.
It'll be interesting to see how some of these 9th graders transition over to the high school and see what they're able to do and bring to the table. I think right now we have a couple that have been working out with us that could possibly come and help us out right now, but it's yet to be seen yet. So they're getting in the weight room, getting stronger, so that's a bonus.
Yeah, for sure. As I've heard other people say, physicality is very important, so that's an important aspect for you as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Joseph, anything else you want to tell me? Which game you looking forward to the most?
Probably Keystone.
Keystone. You guys gonna beat them this year?
That's the plan.
Perfect. Colby, you're up. Can we give him the headset, please? Okay, you can hear me?
Yes,
Perfect. So what position you play?
I play offensive and defensive line.
Perfect. What are you looking for on your team this year?
I'm definitely looking for the physicality in our team and everyone to come together, do their jobs, and get everything done right.
Do you lead the team in the weight room?
I try to. Exactly.
What do you do? What do you do to lead them?
We just push each other every time, every rep. We push each other, yell, whatever we got to do to get our reps up.
Got it. Do you guys have a specific song you listen to in the weight room? What type of music do we listen to?
Listen to a little bit of everything sometimes.
Got it. A little bit of everything so that everyone can hear what they want to hear. Perfect. Well, as to on the field, not in just the weight room, what do you think is going to be your guys' strength that'll make you different and better than everyone else? So you need to make sure that this is a mandatory thing we have to do.
I think as long as we get everything done in practice and stay disciplined, we'll be very well. Our strength in the weight room is getting great, so I think we might be stronger than most teams this year.
Sounds good. How about power and fast? You guys have a fast team?
Yes, man. We've been working every day outside in the weight room, getting everything ready for the season.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. Nate, you are up, buddy. Okay, ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how old are you? You're a senior?
I'm 18 years old.
Perfect. So that's a senior, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What position do you play?
I play O-line and D-line.
O-line and D-line. Okay. Going into this season, what do you need from the team? What do you need from the other seniors?
Other seniors, we already got leadership, so, just do the job on the field, pick up, just help each other on and off the field.
Do you feel like your team is connected off the field as well?
Yes, ma'am. We're pretty connected off the field.
Do you guys do anything specific, anything you've done in the spring, plan on doing in the summer before season as a team off the field that might grow you guys closer?
Hanging out sometimes, going to the beach, working out,
What beach?
Don't matter, any beach.
Any beach. I feel like there's not a lot of beaches near here, so the drive there will get you a good team bonding. Yeah, for sure. You like lifting too?
Yes, ma'am. I love weightlifting.
You love it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I feel like you want me to ask you a question about weightlifting. So I will definitely. What's your favorite lift?
Most definitely clean.
Clean? See, I'm not good at the clean here. The traps, not easy for me. What's your PR, personal best?
Personal best, 205.
It's impressive.
Yes, ma'am.
For sure. Are you the best at it?
No.
No. Got it.
The
Got
best
it.
at it's right there, Mr. Joey
Oh,
Jones.
perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. Do you guys have anything else you want to add?
I don't think so. We're excited to play football and ready to get back to it.
Perfect. We're excited to watch. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Go ahead.
Testing. No, I'm
yeah.
down. Testing. Testing.
Yeah, I'll
Testing.
turn it up.
Testing. Testing. Okay.
That sounds good. All right. All right, back here at Eastside, our Media Day continuing, brought to you by BSN Winn-Dixie, and now joined by, well, known you a little while now, Coach Joey Whittington. Good to see you again, Coach.
Good to be here. Good to be here. Glad we get to do something like this again.
I know, right? It's been a while since anybody's seen anybody, it seems like. But and that's the first question I'll ask you about is, last season. What year is this for you, first of all?
This will be my 9th at Bell.
You're almost like the dean of coaches around here. You're not that old, but I mean, last year, of course, COVID, no spring, no summer, and how about this year? You've had a little bit more of a normal off season, been able to get the guys in working out.
Yeah, it was good to go back to some normalcy with all of our COVID stuff, especially having a spring. We're making a few changes on the offensive side of the ball for us moving forward, and being able to have a spring season and kind of get those little nuances into the offense and coach the kids was greatly missed last year.
Right.
And to have it this year, I think will be very beneficial for us in the fall, or I hope it is at least.
Well, let's as you look at this team this year, I'm going to take a look at your schedule real quick. We'll go over that, and then we'll take a look back. But you open Franklin County at home, and then week 2, Keystone Heights. That's a tough one. They're usually pretty good. In fact, I just saw them come in here. So pretty good schedule. You got Interlochen, St. Francis away. And then you closed the season with Providence, so not bad this year, huh?
Yeah, we made some changes to the schedule, playing Umatilla and Providence for the first time, I think, at Bell. Glad to get Franklin County back. We just have a great relationship with that community and that school. Kind of one year we played them, and we were going through a hurricane, and one year when we went up there and they were having deals with forest fires. So great community reaction. We feed each other when we come. We lost them last year because they were week 1. Yeah. With COVID and didn't play Keystone last year, but excited to get those guys back, and really looking forward to the football season with the schedule this year.
And of course, Brantford's there as a rivalry game.
Long-standing history playing each other. We're want to make it a little bit more competitive than it has been in recent history. Hopefully, we can take the strides to accomplish that, but that's kind of the goal.
So what do you, as you look at this team coming in, what are some of the strengths you expect from this team in 2021?
Well, our strongest group that we return players, we only return about 3 or 4 players on each side of the ball. We graduated 18 last year, which at a school the size of Bell is I don't think they've ever had a senior class that big.
Oh.
And I know they haven't since I've been there.
Yeah.
And so kind of we're not young. I think young is a word that gets overused sometimes in sports. We're inexperienced. We got juniors and seniors.
Right.
They just didn't play a whole lot last year. We returned 3 starters on the offensive line, and we returned our quarterback. He took over last half of the year last year. And then on defense, we returned 1 starter at every level. We returned 1 D lineman that started, 1 linebacker that started. He's an underclassman still. And then actually Hayden, who's our quarterback, actually returns in the secondary. So those things will – so getting the inexperienced guys caught up and playing at a high level as quick as possible, it will be our most beneficial thing.
Well, yeah, right. That's actually a pretty good amount of players returning, really, for you. And I mean, better than, like you said. How many guys do you have usually? You mentioned 18.
Last year, Last year on the team, with having 18 seniors, we ended up with a pretty big roster size overall. We were about 35, 36 kids. This year is probably going to have 26 on the roster. Just we had that, that odd year that happens every once in a while at a small school where you get a giant senior class. And but this year, we'll have 26, 27. We return about 3 or 4 starters on each side of the ball. We return about another 8 to 10 guys that played last year. So, I mean, I think we returned about 15, 16 players, and we got some new guys that are coming out. I'm excited to see how they, help us.
Yep.
And moving forward.
Let's talk some of these guys. Who do we have first up?
The guy with the headset on is Ben Dozier. He's our returning starting center.
Okay.
And the other guys we got 74 is Waylon Montgomery. He's returning offensive guard. Colby Herring's a returning nose guard. And Hayden Brown is our returning quarterback and returning plays in the secondary. We don't know where he's going to play yet in the secondary. Played some safety last year.
I said you brought the big boys today and your quarterback, so that's good. But let's start with Ben. Ben, you're the center. I'm sorry, nose. What position were you again?
I play center.
You're the center. Okay. So
you're a senior this year?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So as you know, one of the senior leaders on the team, what are you most looking forward to as a goal for you and for this team here coming in this season?
You know, I'm just hoping to win as many games as we can, come closer together, and have fun mainly, though.
And you've got a big job, too. And a team, I know you'll probably run the ball a lot. So
well, that's part of the changes on offense.
Oh, really?
We're gonna put the ball in the air a little bit more.
Is that Hayden? Hayden gonna throw it a little bit?
Yep. That's the goal, is to let him sling it around a little bit.
Okay, that was the change. Because I'm used to asking teams about that. It's like, most teams run the ball a lot, but it's true. But as the center, it's an important position to open holes and make sure your quarterback has time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Who else? Let's talk to Hayden. Is it?
Yeah. Hayden Brown.
Hayden Brown returning as the quarterback. And how did first of all, talk about last season, what you learned as a quarterback a year ago.
I got a lot of experience during last season, and the second half of the season starting just showed a lot and helped with developing our offense and seeing what we'll have for the next season and all.
Looking forward to a little bit of a different offense, it sounds like. A little bit of change.
Yes, sir.
You ready to maybe sling it a little bit?
Yes, sir. Definitely going to put the ball in there more this season.
Okay. You got some big guys around you, too. What about your offensive line and defensive line?
Offensive line's been looking pretty good this offseason. We've grown a lot and learned some, and defensive line should be there.
As a quarterback, too, coming back, at least last year was, I asked Coach about it, no off season, no spring, no summer. So, you probably were just put in there and with not a lot of time to get ready. How much different has it been this year with a chance to kind of digest a new system?
Yeah, this year it's helped a lot being able to work on our new system and all more and not just be thrown in there with it and trying to learn it all and get right for the season.
All right, let's see. We got, what's your name? Waylon, let's see. Go ahead and you want to pass him the heads. Actually, let's pass it to Colby first. Colby, how you doing?
Good.
What, you're a senior as well?
Yes, sir.
And you're what position?
I play on the D-line.
Are you the nose? Okay, nose guard. Gotcha. What are you expecting from your defense there this year?
A lot.
Me too.
You are? Yeah. Coach, go ahead. Because you expect a lot of improvement on defense maybe? Or
I mean, I do. We return a starter at every level,
right.
And we got some guys that I think can fill in. We got We got two brothers that moved in that I think can play linebacker for us. So we got a young kid that's going to be. He's only going to be a sophomore. He's going to play some linebacker for us, and if they'll mature, we got a chance to be good on defense. And that's kind of always my goal, whether we run it or throw the ball around a little bit more. I want to be better on defense.
Yeah.
And I think if we get those pieces going, we should have a chance on defense this year.
Colby, is there a game on the schedule you looking forward to?
The first game.
Franklin County?
Yes, sir.
Really? Okay.
I'm just ready to get back out.
He's ready to play. Yeah, understandable. That's understandable. Oh, let's talk to Waylon now. What position, Waylon, do you play?
I'm the right guard.
You're the right guard. Okay. Well, we got a lot of offensive linemen here, so what do you expect to see most improved maybe this year for your offensive line? Are you a senior as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What have you been working in the offseason this year to kind of get better at from a year ago?
We've been working out a lot during the summer to get stronger, so we can hopefully hold our blocks a lot better and just keep our quarterback safe and everyone in the backfield safe.
How do you like your coach?
I like him a lot.
He seems laid back to me, but I'm sure that he's.
There's some points where he's not so laid back.
Got to show that side as well. Well, Coach, it's good to see you again, and you're still athletic director as well. So you're right.
Yep,
you're still busy.
Still busy. still staying busy.
Yeah, that's Coach Dickinson at Keystone,
right.
He shares that as well. So
it's a fun job.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's good to see you again. It's like you said, it was good to see anybody. It's good to be out here and doing this.
Good to be here doing something like this.
That's
we appreciate
right.
it.
All right, it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Joey Whittington and the Bell Bulldogs, and we'll return here in a little bit. Test 1, 2. All right, we are back here at Eastside for the 2021 High School Football Media Day, brought to you by BSN Sports and Winn-Dixie. And now joined by North Marion, Coach Greg Carr, second year now as the head coach. And Coach, first of all, let's talk about, we'll go back a little bit the last season. And I mean, it was just a different year for everything. And now this has been a little bit different. You've been able to have a spring and a summer and get these guys in and working out this year. And I know as you go into your second year, it's got to be helpful for you.
Oh, definitely. It's just, I'm glad to be back to normal and back to having workouts as a unit and doing everything collectively together and being able to go out day in and day out as a whole team compared to separating and isolating and all of that stuff. It's just good to have a spring, a fall, and a off season and just back to normal for me.
Yeah, you were a team last year, and I said this to Gainesville High, that I feel like if you had a couple more weeks, who knows how far you could have gone. And your team was getting better as it went on. You played Denellen in the postseason, was down to the wire game. So it seemed like the team was really starting to gel as the year went on last year.
Yeah, definitely. And we were finally able to have our whole team together, missing guys due to COVID protocol and things of that sort. So we just now getting ready for this upcoming year, just focusing on continuing to build on what we had last year and just the whole learning experience.
So, you being, you played at North Marion, you graduated. How's it been coming back and coaching as the head coach?
It's a dream come true. It was something I said I wanted to do, and I'm just blessed and thankful that I was able to do it.
Well, your schedule, I'm looking at it here. Gainesville, GHS will be the kickoff classic, and then you get going with Forest, and then week 2, Wakulla. It's a good start to the year with Wakulla coming to North Marion.
Yeah, definitely. That was one of those teams that we know that is going to be a good game for us and something to that's going to be something that we can show that what we're good at, and also we'll know we're going to have to see some things that we need to work on as well. So just one of those games that we come in and prepare for and see what happens.
The district, again, it's Eastside, Palatka, Menendez, and Clay, right? So
yeah,
Clay, those some good teams. Clay and Menendez have been pretty good lately.
Yeah, definitely, and we know that we just come out and play football. Those are good teams that have been good for the past couple of years. So we know that with district play, there's going to be good competitive games, and we feel like if we play our football, we can play with anybody.
And I like, the last week, this to me is a pretty sneaky good game, really. Hawthorne, you're going to play them, and they went to the state championship last year. And Hawthorne and Citra, what are about 10 or 15 miles. It's not far, but it's good to see you guys are playing the last week of the season.
Yeah, definitely. It's been I'm not sure when the last time or if North Marion and Hawthorne played football-wise. So just a game that we know that it's going to be a good competitive game, and we are familiar with them, they're familiar with us, and just want to go out and play some good football.
All right, if you want to talk about the guys who are with you, and how many do you have returning this year offensively and defensively? How many did you lose?
Offensively, I've lost maybe 4. Okay. Defense, I may have lost 3 or 4 as well. So just having guys come back on both sides of the ball is big for us, and guys were getting their first year of that varsity experience last year as well, and these are some of the guys that's I feel like from Tommy Harwood to Titus Williams to Andrew Zock. Like Zock is just a sophomore, and he started for us last year. Titus is a junior. He's healthy and playing this year. Tommy has been the starter since he was in the crib because he's just that type of football player that's been playing hard, and so we just appreciate having guys like this that come out each week and come out each year and want to improve their games and get better.
So is this Andrew that we have with
the
headset? Okay. Andrew, you are a sophomore?
Yes, sir, going to my sophomore year.
Okay. So what are you looking forward to this year? And you got on the field a lot as a freshman last year, assuming?
Yes, sir. So, I started last year. I'm really just looking forward to the first week, every week in general, really. We've really come together as a team. We had a longer off season. We've really been able to prepare ourselves and I think we just got better. We bonded a lot, and our coaches have done a great job, and we're just looking forward to each and every week this year.
Is it going to be kind of nice to just not just have to play Marion County teams this
year?
Yeah,
Definitely. That was, I mean, it was good for bragging rights, but at the same time, to gauge yourself as a football team and how good you really want to be when you speak of trying to win state championships and things of that sort. You know you're going to have to play the out-of-county teams as well. So just being able to have our out-of-county schedule as well and play some of the in-county teams is big.
Let's pass the headset to Tommy. That is Tommy right here.
Yes,
yeah. So, Tommy, you're a senior. Coach says you've been playing since you were in the crib, basically.
Yes.
So you're a North Marion lifer, kind of?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you looking forward to this senior year? Like, how far can this team go if you get it together?
I mean, this Coach Greg said it best. I think if we come together, we can go as far as we want. We just have to come as a family and play together in our own. The only thing that can stop us is ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, and I'm probably the first question, you probably say Vanguard, but which game on this schedule are you kind of looking forward to outside of maybe a Marion County rival? Like, who do you got on here that is there anybody you're looking forward to playing?
Honestly, I would have to say Hawthorne.
Hawthorne, yeah.
I'm very excited about that game. A lot of people have been, on Twitter and on the social media, talking their part. So I'm excited about that game. Yeah.
That's what they do. That Twitter, I think, and I have my battles with it. Sometimes I'm like, it bothers me. But I think it really does a lot to kind of stoke up the rivalries. Social
definitely.
media.
It's a double-edged sword.
It is.
Because, I mean, it's good for as far as the exposure with the kids, but at the same time, some people have too much time on their hands, and they tend to ignite some people sometimes with some of the stuff that they put. But
absolutely,
that's just the day and time that we live in. So
that's right.
I mean, I try to stay away from it, but other than that, I appreciate it for what it's able to do for the kids.
Right. Tommy, you play
linebacker.
Linebacker?
Yes, sir.
So what are you expecting from your defense this year?
Well, with our defense, every year I expect us to be the best in the county and in the region. And North Marion's based on defense. Ever since Coach Greg played, it was always defense. And I'm just expecting us to come out and play as a team and compete every game and, just do our job.
Do you get involved in the offense much? I know you're the defense, sorry. You're an offensive guy.
No, I try to stay away from that. I trust my coaches.
Yeah.
And know they're going to put – now, if somebody goes out there –
right.
Yeah, but other than that, I try to stay away from it and let my coaches do that.
Right. That's so hands-on when there's a problem, and then otherwise –
Yeah,
yeah, that's the head coach mentality, right?
Definitely.
So, Titus, let's go. Let me give him one of those headsets there. Thank you. How you doing?
Good.
So you were a junior?
Yes, sir.
So what are you expecting from your offense this year? We're going to be pretty wide open, or how does Coach Carr like to play offensively?
I mean, I'm expecting big things from the offense. We got a new quarterback, so and we got a new O-lineman, so I'm expecting us to go far with this receiving core and this new group we got.
Who are you looking at as a quarterback? Did you have that?
A.J. Cousins.
Okay.
Yeah, A.J. He's going into his sophomore year.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. So he's but this will be his first year as a starter?
Yeah, first year as a starter. He was backup last year, so he's familiar with everything, and one of the guys that his teammates trust and know that he's going to come out and give it everything he got. So I'm not really worried about A.J.
All right. Well, good to see you guys. Thanks for coming by, and thanks for coming today.
Oh, yes,
Good luck this year.
Appreciate you having us.
All right. That is North Marion and players, head coach Greg Carr as well. Thank you. All right, back here on the 2021 High School Football Media Day, as brought to you by BSN and Winn-Dixie, and now joined by Keystone Heights head coach Chuck Dickinson. Coach, good to see you again. I guess, the one thing that's good is whether or not you like it, we're back in person, able to talk to each other and have a media day, so it's been a little bit different this spring than last.
Yes, it has. One thing for us last year, I think that was a plus, was our county got us back through COVID protocol and all that in the end of June.
Right.
Where a lot of schools didn't start to work out till probably into August. I think that was a big plus for us last year. This year, of course, we're back to started once school got out, and working out 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays from 7 a.m. to 9:30. And getting ready. We've got basically 2 weeks left to start. So I'm sure our kids are excited. Ready to begin the season.
Yeah, you've been head coach, 25 years or more
23.
Now?
This will be my 23rd, I believe.
So I know last year was definitely a bit of a, you get used to it, and last year was a change for everybody.
Right. Oh, yeah. And like I say, the kids responded well. We did have one game we couldn't play because of COVID, and we actually ended up, actually lost 2, I think, but then we actually were able to reschedule somebody within a week of that. So, because everybody was running through that last year. You never knew when you were going to lose a game, so that wasn't a good situation last year,
No. And, your team last year won 6 games. Bradford was the team, you had to play them in the postseason. Obviously, That was a tough first-round matchup having to go there, and they've moved into Class 1A now. So.
Correct. Yes, correct.
So, looking at this year's schedule, you start off Fernandina. It seems like you always play Fernandina Beach.
Yeah, we probably the last, 8 years or so.
Yeah.
We've it's always been a good game. It's always been pretty competitive. Last year they're coming off of a big year from last year. I think they actually beat West Nassau twice. Also in the playoffs.
That's right.
And that's probably
one of the better
first
years.
time that's been done in a while. They actually probably won their better year since I think it was about the 2004 year or 5 when they had I can't think of his name that played quarterback at East Carolina, I believe.
All right, that's right. And looking down the schedule, you play Interlochen rivalry game there, Fort White, and then Stanton this year. You got Stanton on the schedule, and then PK Young to close the last 2 games.
Yeah, Stanton. We just we've been playing them in basketball, and we just decided to try to look at them and play them in a football game, and back playing PK. We didn't play PK for about 3 or 4 years. We've been off and on with them probably my 20-something years. We probably have played at least a dozen, more than that, probably more than a dozen times.
So let's talk about your guys. How many did you return, first of all, offensively and defensively? How many you lost?
Well, we lost about, I think, 8 to 10, if I'm not mistaken. We lost Colton Chibbitz, running back, and Gage Stevens, the quarterback, and some other one, and a couple linebackers, et cetera, and another DB. Lost some DBs. Right now that's where I think we lost 2 DBs. It's but again, our kids play both ways.
Right.
We're
exactly.
We're not at that liberty of a lot of schools. We don't have all those kids that can play or enough for depth. We got, I think, 13 seniors on the team this year. Most of those guys played, the last couple of years. The 3 guys I brought today, Mason Dix, Caleb Moncrief, and Luke Snyder, offensive linemen, have started for us since their sophomore year. So that's a big plus for us because we usually go as our offensive line goes. I've always been a firm believer of that because we're more of a power-type team. We're sort of multi. We run a little wing T, we run a little I, we run a little bone, whatever we need to do. But again, I think even this year we're probably going to have 5 or 6 kids playing both ways.
That's an interesting number there because if you look at your team through the years, you've been in 4A a while, and you see, I'm not going to open a can of worms, but Bradford goes to 1A, and to me, you don't see a whole lot of difference numbers wise between Bradford and Keystone, but they dropped down, and you guys have been in 4A for 3A or 4A for a while now, it seems.
Yeah, we've been in 4A, I guess, probably the last 8 years or so. It's been that long. Of course, the way the state does they break everything down by even number other than the rural class, the 1A class.
Right.
So basically, it's a numbers game, I guess. Once you're under a certain number, then you can get into 1A.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've been we're actually probably the smallest 4A team in the state, I believe, because I think actually Interlochen's in 3A, and I think we're within 10. I think they're 720 total. We were 730 total. So.
Yeah. Well, I figured you were one of the smaller 4A, I mean, I know it is what it is. You play your schedule, and but we'll talk about the guys who are here a little bit with you today.
Yeah, okay. Like I say, these three guys, Mason Dix and Caleb Moncrief and Luke Snyder, I mean, they've started for us, the last 2 to 3 years. I mean, this will be their third year starting. Caleb's actually played offensive line, but he also plays tight end. I mean, he's sort of been, where we needed him. Last year, we actually played him at tight end probably more than we did at guard. This year, we're going to try to probably keep him down on the line, but it depends on if we got a kid that comes through at tight end for us. Great leaders. These three were part of the state weightlifting team.
All right.
That's one thing our kids have done. I mean, they've done a great job in the weight room, and for us, that's where. We try to firm believer that we've got to be stronger and more physical than the people we play. And, the kids have bought into that and do what they're supposed to in the weight room.
Yeah, you had quite a year in weightlifting. If you want to talk about that experience in the spring and the winter.
Yeah, no, I mean, great. Again, I attribute some of that, too. We got started a little earlier with our kids in June lifting, and I think that sort of carried over for us. We pretty much work out every day. I mean, even during football season, we got a 3-hour practice, 1 hour's in the weight room.
Okay.
The other 2 hours we're on the field, and we're going to do that because we just have to do that.
Yeah, these guys look like you got some bigger guys here. These guys all lift for you, or on the weightlifting team, or do you guys all do that as well?
Yes.
Caleb, so talk about your experience with the weightlifting team this year.
It was really cool. We went in there in the beginning of the season and knew that we had a pretty good chance of doing something good this year, and we went in and all of us did our jobs. We had a few people get hurt, which we thought might affect us, but people really stepped up and pulled through.
You're a senior now, right, coming up,
sir.
And you play defensive. You play both lines, right?
Yes.
Okay. What have you been working on this offseason? For football, what do you expect kind of from this team, having a normal year with the spring and summer workouts?
What we've been working on is just getting people set into their positions, because we've had a lot of young kids step up and people change positions and stuff. So we're trying to get everyone strong in the weight room, but also take their position seriously and find where they fit into what they can play.
Okay, that's really interesting too. And how about what's a game that you're looking forward to playing maybe this year? Is it?
Probably Interlochen the most. We've been playing them, and so.
Yeah, I figured that. Is there a game outside of Interlochen that maybe kind of stands out for you?
Stanton, we haven't played them before, but I play basketball also, and we've played them in basketball, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, gotcha. Let's talk to Luke. Oops, sorry. That's okay. We're just pass it. Oh, yep, here we go. Yep, you got it. So, Luke, you're a senior as well, huh? What, you play center?
Yes, sir.
And you play nose guard on the other side, or okay? Yes, so you're right in the middle of everything, huh? And I know Coach Dickinson. He's going to run the ball. So, are you how ready are you to open up those holes and get that running game going for Keystone Heights?
We're pretty ready. We spend as much time as we can in the weight room, and so we can actually move the people out of the way.
Yeah, you were with the weightlifting team as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you, Coach, that's really, it seems like I hear more about that from Keystone Heights than I have some other schools. Maybe you really put a lot into that, to your weightlifting program.
Well, I don't think if it wasn't for our weightlifting that we would win many games.
Right.
We don't have a lot of years. We're not overly blessed with speed. We have 2 or 3 kids, but we don't have that high, vast number of kids, and there's not many people do what we do, and I think that's an advantage in the sense of everybody's gone the spread, and so they have to prepare for what we do. They get 1 week out of the whole, maybe that's the only game the whole year they prepare for something like that, so. I think that's an advantage at times. I mean, we're going to throw the ball, if we can, if we've got the personnel to do it. I mean, there's been years, one time I had a quarterback say, Coach, I saw you threw the ball 30-something times one game. I said, yes, sir. I said, we had receivers and we had a quarterback.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
said, I'm smart enough to realize we've got to do what we do the best to give us the best chance to win a game.
Do you have receivers returning this year in quarterback, or you kind of?
Well, we lost a quarterback and a 3-year starter, and we also lost 2 of the receivers. So this year, right now, quarterback-wise, we're going to be young. I mean, we're trying to – right now I'm planning to put a running back there at quarterback.
All right.
So, I mean, hopefully we'll improve to where we can throw the short passing games and the play-action passes and stuff like that.
Right.
Again, we just don't have a lot of depth. I mean, and it's like I tell people, sometimes if you lose one kid, it's not losing one position, it's losing 2 or 3 positions. A kid could be a kicker / defensive player and offensive player. So we got to stay away from the injuries. I mean, that's and I think that's one reason we prepare ourselves in the weight room like we do. I think that's been a big plus. Last year we didn't have many injuries. So I think that was a big thing.
Right. Last, we'll talk to Mason Dix. I'm looking at last year. You're listed 6'2", 275. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That is right. Okay. How big is Luke? Like how tall and?
He's about the same size. He's
same
a little heavier.
size. So you guys you've got it set on the line. It seems like, and you're not going to find a lot bigger lines than that. But I mean, it sounds like you're set up to. I mean, you guys like to run the ball, so it'll be pretty important for you to have a good offensive line.
Yes, sir.
You ready to go this year as a senior as well?
Yes, sir. We're excited.
Yeah, this has been back to more of a normal type year.
Yes, sir. Finally.
So I asked them about the game they were looking forward to. It said Interlochen. Is there another game maybe that you're kind of looking forward to? Or
really just Interlochen, and of course I'd like to beat everyone else.
Somebody said all the games earlier, so that's probably the best way to do it. Well, thanks for coming by, guys. I appreciate you guys coming by and talking for a little while. Good to see you again, Coach, and it's good to be back with football here in a few weeks.
Thank you, Marty, and I appreciate what y'all do for high school sports.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, and we wish you good luck this year. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
As Chuck Dickinson, head coach at Keystone Heights, and his players, and we'll return to Eastside in a few moments.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
Great, yourself?
I'm good. I'm here with St. Francis football team for the 2021 Media Day. So let's start off with, what are you guys looking forward to this season?
Playing football, I think, is number one, right? And knowing we're going to play, right? This time last year, we really had no idea. The Florida High School Athletics Association hadn't even decided at this point last year that we were going to play football. So knowing that, I think, is a big weight off everybody's shoulders. It feels a little bit more regular, which is always nice. What about you guys?
I'm just happy that we're playing this year.
Yes, for sure. When was the schedule released?
We've had the schedule probably since December. It's been a little bit of flux because teams coming and going. So it was just solidified, what you see on paper there, a week ago, actually.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
because
awesome.
Teams come and go. Some teams got out of leagues or went into other leagues or, canceled programs even. So
Well, it's good you know now, right?
Right, absolutely.
For sure. So what game are we looking forward to the most on the schedule?
Well, I think the first one will be fun just because of the first game of the year. But these guys probably all circle the Oak game on their schedule. Who doesn't? Right, and they may feel the same, getting a chance to play us, being right down the street and whatnot. That's been a pretty good rivalry for us.
Yeah, what part of the season is that?
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
At the beginning of October, and it should be a competitive game. They're going to be young like we are. They may carry a few more kids, but they'll be young and they'll be well coached. They'll play hard, so it'll be a fun game.
Yes, you said you guys are young. Andy told me he's 16, so that's a sophomore, correct?
He's actually a rising senior. Yeah.
What?
Got a little bit
Let's explain that.
Got a little bit of a late birthday. Right?
Okay.
And then probably started school a little early.
Got
right?
it.
So unfortunately for us, right, we had a kid graduate last year who's not 17 yet.
Oh.
Trevor, or he's not 18. I'm not sure if he's
turns 18 in October.
Yeah, so he's just graduated. So and the last 2 years has developed. He had developed into a really good player. Same thing here. We kind of get cheated, right? He starts school early. We're going to miss out on the best part of him.
Exactly. Yeah. So having so many young players, do you guys focus a lot on physicality or more on technical ability?
Well, right now in the weight room, right, trying to get everybody bigger and stronger, and those young kids have done a really good job. They on a percentage basis, I bet you 90% of them have been in the weight room the majority of our summer.
Got it.
Which is really good. So we're trying to get them bigger and stronger so they can hold up. And then because our school doesn't really have a feeder program, right? None of the middle schools that feed us have a team. A lot of our kids don't play in middle school. So learning the physical part of the game will be really important. I think if you're physical, you can get away with a lack of some technical skill if you're physical and aggressive. So the tackling and the physical part of the game will be a big focus for us in our preseason.
Got it. So you did a lot of lifting in the spring as well?
We did, actually. We weren't able to because of we had a COVID issue at our school in the spring, and so we weren't able to have a full spring practice. But the kids that were available, we started to lift. So we got an extra month of workout, right? Really, because of the spring. We lifted the whole month of May. Now we've done May, June, and all of July.
Got it. What was the COVID restriction at your school?
What ended up happening is we had a bunch of contact tracing. I think at one point we had about 75 or 80 kids in our population contact traced.
Got it.
In the spring. No spread, fortunately. But because of that, and with our small numbers, instead of having 14 or 15 kids out there practicing, we'd have had 6 or 7. So we weren't able to practice.
Got it. Okay, well, tell me about these 3 players here. What do I need to know about them?
Andy needs to make sure that he's drinking lots of milk. Pass him that while I talk about it. Andy's a 4-year player for us. He's played a multitude of positions: linebacker, receiver, offensive line last year. This year, we expect him to be our bell cow offensively. We're going to hand him the ball. If he can remember which way to run and where to run, it'll be awesome. Plays really hard. He's one of those guys that's fearless. And to the fact where, as a freshman, when we lined him up at linebacker, he would just run towards the ball.
Yeah.
Not really mattering what he was supposed to do. He's just running to the ball, right? Which is, I think, a really cool deal. He's developed into a leader, plays hard all the time. He's a good kid, a lot of fun to be around.
It's the most important part.
Absolutely, absolutely. It makes going to work. You don't mind going to work
Yes.
when the guys are like that. I look forward to watching him play this year because of I guess a change of role for him.
Mhm.
Right, instead of being kind of a role player like he's been for 3 years, he's got to be a standout.
Yes,
we'll
for
see how
sure.
that goes.
For sure.
Right?
Andy, so you must be athletic if you play all of those positions. Which one's your favorite?
Linebacker.
Linebacker, why?
I like making tackles.
Yeah, for sure.
Likes running into other people.
Physicality.
Right? he also throws the shot, the disc, and the javelin.
Mhm.
So speaking
Oh,
of good athlete, right?
that's very cool. That's very cool. Different, for sure.
Yes, he is.
So tell me about what's the milk situation? Why do we need to drink more milk?
Because I have a lot of injuries.
Oh, got it. Got it. Well, I'm sorry about that.
It's all good.
Do you prefer what type of milk? Like chocolate or?
Yeah, chocolate milk. I would say.
Yeah. See, as an athlete, no one on our team likes normal milk, so they have to give us chocolate milk. Otherwise, no one on our team will drink it. So, what are you looking most forward to off the field to do with your teammates?
Just enjoy the season and enjoy my senior year.
Enjoy your senior year. What are you going to do to enjoy your senior year?
Have fun, hang out with friends.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, thank you so much. Riley, you're up.
Yeah, so Riley is another 4-year guy, right? Showed up as a freshman with limited football experience. Started as a receiver, also long snaps. Last year, we moved him to court. Well, he got a chance to start as the quarterback, right, full time. And I told Mike earlier that probably as a first-year guy, I ask a lot of him, and maybe too much, a little bit overwhelming from time to time. But I hope that experience for him pays dividends this year. A little bit more is going to be asked of him in terms of leadership this year, being a senior, being the quarterback, and then with such a young team. And then also he's going to have to be a willing runner this year, a physical willing runner, which I love the quarterback run myself.
Yeah.
So having a guy that's able to do that is really, really good. He's got a live arm. He's also sneakily athletic, if you will. He plays basketball, baseball, throws the discus. Throws the javelin. Thank you. And they're both competing. Hopefully this year they'll break the school record on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
I believe Andy had it until Riley broke it at regionals. And
Good competitiveness.
Just by a little bit, right? So he's as athletic as he is. He's going to hopefully be able to make some plays for us with his feet, with his arms, and then defensively as well. He's another one of those guys that's a lot of fun to be around.
Yeah.
These guys keep it loose and lively in the weight room. I'm sure they do in class as well. Probably a little bit too much, I would bet. I enjoy, once again, being around them, which is really cool.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, Riley, now you get to talk about yourself. What do you got for me? You're a quarterback. How tall are you?
I'm about 6'4".
6'4". Does that help you? You're able to see over everyone? Good, good. Do you believe you connect well with your receivers?
Yeah, but I have to get a new connection with the newer receivers.
The newer ones, because, yeah, like you said, there's going to be younger ones.
Yeah, we graduated one of our leading guys, and the other one is at Buchholz now. So, yeah, it'll be a completely new receiving core for him.
How do you plan on making the connections with them?
Just keeping it friendly in practice and not really getting on them too much and putting more of the blame on me if they drop it.
Yeah, so being a quarterback requires a lot of leadership, right? Yeah, so what makes you a different leader? What is going to make the St. Francis quarterback better than everyone else's?
I would say that I don't really get on people as much. Well, I do, but just not as, like...
Going to find a different way to do it,
Yeah.
right? A different
They
way
could
to
do it
deliver the
positively.
message. Right. Instead of being a negative, beat you down kind of guy, trying to find a positive way to get that same message across, I think is important. And we actually had a discussion about that the other day, and I wanted him to think about what he's going to do to be a leader, because he's going to have to leave an imprint on that next group, right? And you've got 10 weeks to do that, or 12 weeks to do that. How are you going to have that impact? I think for these guys, I make the comment at the end of every year, the seniors are going to tell you how quickly it went by. You freshmen, you're not going to believe them, right? And they're sitting here today, and they got 11 games, 12 games left to play of their high school career, and it seems just like yesterday that I was telling them it's going to fly by, right?
Yeah.
So them being able to express that, I think, in some way, shape, or form, be it with their effort or be it with how they encourage other people to perform, I think is important.
Yeah.
You know, we all had our season snatched from us last year, right? So what a great teaching point. That these guys have already learned, like, oh crap, it's going to be over, and it could be over just like that. You know?
Yeah, for sure. I think with the leadership aspect, it's super important to have different types of leaders on different types of teams. And you guys already gave each other a look about the differences. So good luck with that. Thank you, Riley. Thomas, you're up. Tell me about Thomas, Coach McDaniel.
Thomas is once again another 4-year guy, right? Showed up as an 8th grader having never played. Is that right, Tom? Having never played football before, has developed into our starting center. He'll be a 3-year starter. You started as a sophomore, right? At guard or tackle? Did you start?
Sorry, guard.
Okay, so he's been a 3-year starter on the offensive line and defensive lines. Quiet leader. Tom's effort is never questioned. He doesn't say a whole lot. I hear he's got a great personality. He's into music, and his music surprises me. The types of music. Just when I found out, I was like, wow, I didn't realize that about Thomas. Also sneakily athletic. Throws the shot put about 12.5 meters. Is that right, Tom? Which is pretty good.
It's very impressive, yes.
Pretty good. He was scheduled to go to the regional meet last year before he got contact traced, quarantined in the spring. He was part of that group that kept us from having spring practice. Once again, he's got a group. He's the leader of the most experienced group on the team, right? Everybody on the offensive line is back, right? Everybody that saw meaningful minutes, I believe, is back. We graduated one, or two. One didn't play last year because he was homeschooled from COVID. The other one was hurt all year. He played 6 snaps. So we've got a lot of experience back up front. So Thomas has probably got the easiest job of the bunch, but then maybe the hardest as well, because there's going to be a lot expected of those guys up front. Their size and strength is if we have an advantage, it's that.
Got it.
So they have to perform every night, right? And you know,
especially if you want the quarterback to run the ball.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. And and Andy, right? So and Andy's frail, so we got to make sure he doesn't get hit. Right, I say that jokingly, obviously. So there's going to be a lot expected of him, right? And hopefully he's up to the task of leading that group, because if they're physical and they play hard for 4 quarters, they've got a chance.
Yeah,
for sure.
For sure. Okay, Thomas, you're up. So as your coach has said, you don't talk a lot, but you're very focused and your effort is never questioned, which is impressive. So what goes through your head while you're training, lifting, doing anything with the team? Express what you're thinking.
I just want everyone to improve in the weight room, especially with lifting weights. Yeah.
And I gotta know, what type of music do you like?
I like a lot of types of music. I like rap, heavy metal, deep house, which is like EDM, Brazilian music, because I'm from Brazil.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Do you listen to this out loud when you lift, like with your team, or do you have it in your headphones?
No, out loud.
Out loud, okay. So you get to be on aux. Does your team approve? Or okay.
Yeah, the quote in the weight room is "Don't get me fired."
Oh, got
right?
it.
So
yeah.
And they do
fired on aux. Yeah.
Right, exactly. They've done a good job of that. Tom's love of heavy metal is very surprising.
I'm surprised.
Being an 80s kid myself.
Yeah.
Being able to have a conversation or him know who a group is or whatever is really pretty cool.
Yes.
That's one of the benefits of coaching guys for 4 years, right? Is you get to know those little, for lack of a better term, idiosyncrasies, right? The little things that kind of set them apart.
Yes. So going into your senior season, what is something that has to get done? Otherwise, you'll regret it. Either from you or from your team.
I think just winning games and beating your call.
So in Florida, you guys have like senior nights and stuff?
We do.
Is that going to be an emotional one for you guys?
Yeah.
It will be for me. It will be for me, yeah.
Well, connections mean more than anything.
Absolutely.
So.
And we're hoping to get Tom in the end zone.
Yes, that would be great.
I'm going to try not to fall down this time. Right.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. If you have anyone have anything else? Okay, thank you and good luck this season.
Thank you. You've given me a reason to follow soccer now.
Yeah, exactly. Go get
talk back and forth here, and don't worry about that. All right, here we go. Bronson Eagles here in the building. Marty Palmer back with you here from Eastside High School. This is the 2021 High School Football Media Day, brought to you by BSN Sports and Winn-Dixie. And we are joined now, as I said, by Bronson, Coach Russell Holly. And is this year 3 for you now, or
year 2 as the head coach?
2, okay.
Year 3, 3 there. I was defense coordinator first year.
Oh, it's year 2 as the head coach. All right. Well, last year was a pretty good year, I would say, even though it was a COVID year. But you guys, won a playoff game, and
we did.
It was a winning season last year for Bronson. Talk about last season a little bit, 2020.
2020 was kind of a big move forward for us. Winning a playoff game for the first time in 69 years of playing football, hosting a playoff game for the first time.
Right.
And then, we were 6-5. Our schedule, was solid. I mean, we played some 5A schools. We lost 2 games due to COVID, but we picked them up with teams that were pretty good. I mean, we played Episcopal out of St. Stephen's Episcopal, who had won the state championship just 2 years before and had won a bunch of games in a row. So, and then we played a much improved Bishop McLaughlin team who had a lot of transfers from IMG. So, those were 2 games that we picked up in place of 2 games that we probably would have won. So, we very well could have won 8 or 9 games last year. We lost 1 game at the very end of the game last year, which would have really given us those 7 wins. But we lost 1 game in the last couple minutes. But other than that, we made a lot of strides forward. We went from 27 kids to Dewey Dress 55 for the playoff game.
Wow.
We're trying to add a junior varsity this year because, with the 6-quarter rule, we want to try and take advantage of that in a small school where we can get as many kids on the field as possible. And so if we can come, we have a JV schedule, and we're planning on having a JV. So, we're looking at about 100 kids in the program.
That's something, right?
So, that's I don't think those are numbers that Bronson has seen in a long time. I know that when I first got there as a D coordinator, there were 6 guys in the weight room, and they had 17 guys on the varsity. And I know that year we ended up with about 25 kids once we really started going. But we dressed 55 for the playoff game last year. Wow. And so, we made some strides. Last summer, we made a lot of strides last summer. COVID, everybody was locked up in March, April, and May, and really couldn't do anything. And when our weight room opened in June, we saw everybody because no one was traveling. No one was going to visit mom or dad, if it was a split family. No one was going on vacations. So we had everybody last summer. We had, 50, 60 kids last year. Now we've got about 30 this summer because it's back to a little bit, we got guys working during the day. We're a little bit different, but we made a lot of strides last year in the off season too, because we had about 40 guys on the weightlifting team. So we really made a lot of strides in the weight room from November to when school got out, basically.
Okay. Well, and you look at the team. We'll talk a little bit more about this year's team, but of course the first order of business is to find somebody to replace Xavier Guyton, who may have been the best running back in the area last year. He rushed for 1,300. Yeah, I think so too.
I think he was.
And I believe our all-area teams probably said that. He was first team. But, it's hard to replace somebody like that. But, who do you have coming up that's going to kind of take that role in the backfield?
Well, one of the things that because we had Xavier and because we had Thomas Karen in the backfield.
Right.
And, we really we're trying to be bullies and try to be very, very much run-oriented. As you can see today, I've got a guy down on the end down there who has already been selected for the Blue-Gray All-Star game in January,
right?
Wide receiver, Jesse Williams. So we're going to be a little bit more short passing game this year. But to run the football, we have Dante Jenkins, who did not play for us last year. He transferred in from Clearwater. He played in the spring game. He's a little short running back. He's really quick. And then Xavier's little brother, Jermaine Griffin, who was our primary first guy that really went in. He played a lot of defense for us last year, and he can run the football. So, if we really get to the point where we need to get under center and really do that, we're going to still be able to do that with those two guys. But really the strength of our team, we have Anuri Montero, we have Landon Gibbs, we have Jesse Williams. We have some guys that we could put in the slot, and we're going to throw a little bit more short passing game. Part of that was that we have moved. The guy was our offense coordinator, who has worked for me three separate times. I coached him in high school. He is going to be the defense coordinator. I lost my defense coordinator last year right before the season started, so I call the defense. So I moved Curtis Reese now to as the defense coordinator, and then our offense coordinator now is a guy named Brett Banfield, who is coming from college, who has worked with Hal Mummy before. So we're going to be a little bit more air raid type stuff, but we're also going to hand the ball off when we see that basically we can kind of push people around. We're going to take advantage of that.
The air raid, I like that. I haven't heard about Coach Mummy's offense in a little while, so that's good.
We're excited about it. We're excited about it. Riley Bray's returning for us at quarterback. Ashton Wilkerson did a good job last year when Riley was hurt. We've got Giselle Freeman. I left Giselle out. We got Giselle Freeman, who is a dynamic person out of the slot. Maybe the fastest guy on the team. Jesse Williams down here is really going to be a player. We've got some Division I schools looking at him. He's got a 4.0 GPA. Between he and Riley, we really feel that the on the snap adjustments that we're going to be able to do and get the ball out of Riley's hands is really going to help us. And we think it's going to really help us moving forward too, because there were times last year late in the season that people really loaded up. We still were able to run the ball, but Xavier got hurt. He got a knee injury towards the end of the season. He was not as effective at the end. So we really made us really look at, okay, what can we do different offensively?
Right. The schedule, you open on the road at Tenor Rock, a team you know pretty well. Preseason's at Trenton, so that'll be a good matchup to start with.
It will be. I think we played Chiefland in the spring game. Trenton's probably a little cut above them as far as what they've shown. I mean, I don't know what they have coming back, but Trenton will be a good test for us. I like what we're doing defensively. We've got some good guys defensively.
Right.
Last year we didn't start anybody on both ways to start the game at a 1A school. We started 22 different kids.
Okay.
We hope to continue that trend at least for the first quarter. That was one of the things that really helped us as the game went on. When some of the teams were getting tired, we had guys that were able to get off the field and get coaching. And that's the biggest thing with our program, is that we need to coach our kids, and it's hard to coach them when they're on the field for 80 snaps.
Right. And then, I've talked to some teams like today. Keystone Heights is a 4A school that plays a lot of both ways. So, those are good numbers. I'm sure you're very happy to have, about twice as many players as you started.
Yes.
At Bronson. Who you got? Go ahead.
Yeah, but 4 of our first 5 are away.
Yeah, right.
It's going to be challenging. Bellevue's a large school. Tenor Rock's a large school.
Yeah.
Bishop Snyder we had beat last year. They scored 18 unanswered points in the fourth quarter and beat us. And they end up winning the state championship at their level.
That's right.
Halifax has a really good running back returning. And then we go to Cornerstone. And Cornerstone last year, people don't realize this about them, but they're a private school. They're a charter school, and their administration, if the kids weren't in school, they wouldn't let them play. So last year when they came here, they were missing 11 starters.
Wow.
And so those first 5 games are setting us up, we hope, to have enough points in the program.
And that's Belle Isle or Cornerstone from Orlando.
Yes.
Around Orlando.
Yep.
Right. And then, as you said, 4 of the last 5 are at home. First Academy, Leesburg, Franklin County's on the road. And then you have 3 games in a row to finish at home.
Correct.
Quincy, Monroe, St. Francis. I know you usually play Coach Mac's team, and then Umatilla to finish off.
Right. So, I mean, no one can really point at our schedule and say that, if we end up 6-5 or 7-3 or whatever this year, and when you look at our schedule last year, going in, people were like, you're not really playing anybody, but that's not what we're trying to do with the program. Right. Our kids need to learn how to win and need to learn how to compete. And if we're playing teams that are we have to raise our level of expectation. And that's what we're trying to do with our schedule. So sorry about that, Mark.
No, it's okay. I appreciate that, you saying that. And let's see, I just wanted to talk to the guys a little bit who are here. Who have you brought here today?
Junior Matt Miller, senior Katron Thomas, and a senior Jesse Williams.
Okay. Let's start with Matt. He's got the headset on. So, Matt, what position do you play?
Middle linebacker.
You're middle linebacker?
Yep.
And you're coming up, you're a junior this year, right?
Yes, sir.
So what have you, as you've seen the last couple of years, the improvement in this team and this program, what do you kind of expect on the field this year? And when you look at your defense, how do you think your defense is going to be better maybe than it was a year ago?
Well, our cornerbacks are there. We got good work out of Jesse.
Right.
And we got him over top, and we got Lewis and Kendrick at our, not Lewis, but Anuri and Kendrick at cornerbacks, and they're there.
Yeah. You look like a linebacker. How tall are you?
About 5'11".
Oh, you look taller than that.
I live 6 feet.
Yeah, I was thinking that. But how do you like the linebacker position? You're kind of the leader on defense, like laying hits on people in
yes,
the linebacker
sir.
position. Yeah, that's what linebackers get to do sometimes, out in the corners. What game are you kind of looking forward to on the schedule? If you had to pick one, who are you looking forward to playing this year? Anyone in particular?
Probably our preseason against Trenton.
Trenton, okay, yeah. And that game won't even count.
That's okay.
That's
okay.
all right. That's right. Yeah.
Matt picked the right one. He picked the first game.
That's right, exactly.
He likes to hit people, so the first time he gets to hit somebody.
I've had some guys say today, all of them. So, it's like, that's a good answer. I like that. All right. So let's pass on the headset there. Sorry, we only have one of those. But who do we got? See Jesse and
Katron.
Katron. Okay. What year are you? Oh, you're a senior, Katron?
Yes, sir.
Wearing that Giants hat, huh? San Francisco Giants. All right. So, what position do you play?
Outside linebacker.
Oh, you're a linebacker as well. Yeah, that's all right. Pull it up a little bit. Yeah. Outside linebacker, huh? So another guy who likes to hit people, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, little linebackers are, like I said, the kind of the captain of the defense. Would you say?
Yes, sir.
So what are you looking forward to this season? You guys got playoff win last year, a lot of first home playoff game in the line ever for your program. Is it kind of nice to be setting records at Bronson?
Yes, sir. I'm looking to be better than we were last year, for sure.
Yep, right. As your senior year comes up, what do you think's going to be better? What have you seen improve? Well, since you've had an off season this year, like summer and spring and summer workouts, what have you seen, or what do you think's going to improve on your defense?
I feel like we're more together than we were last year.
Right.
That we work together better.
All right, Coach, how's it been? Because you were at Bronson, as you said, but last year was your first year as a head coach, and
right.
I've talked to the guys who have been first-year coaches last year. It was almost as if this is kind of the first year. You didn't get a chance to even see your players until
we saw them all summer. That was just it. We saw them.
Okay.
In Levy County, we opened up June 1st of last year. We had 50, 60 kids in the weight room. And we were rolling them in. We had them. We had so many at a time. We had per square foot. We can only have so many people based on the 6 foot roll. But last year we saw everybody because a small town, nobody was traveling. No one was going anywhere.
That's right. You said
everybody wanted to be there. But to touch base on what he was talking about defensively, we have some experienced corners coming back, and Jesse at free safety. We're going to have to replace Luis Montero. Luis decided to graduate early, and so that's one of the biggest losses for us on defense. Luis did a really good job getting us lined up and really playing that safety spot. So, defense. We've been doing a lot of 7-on-7, so we think our secondary is going to be much improved. So,
speaking of that, we can pass the headset down to Jesse because does he play more receiver than free safety, or is he? What do you play?
He starts at free safety.
You do.
He starts at free safety, but he's kind of the dude receiving wise.
Right. Yes, you're number one.
Yeah, he's tough to guard, man. I tell you, we went to South Carolina and they had some 5-star guys and they couldn't guard him this summer.
Jesse, what is the game that you're going to go to?
It's the blue and gray.
Oh, the blue-gray game, right? That's quite an honor, isn't it? When did you find out about that?
I found out 2 days ago.
Just 2 days ago.
Yeah. So we really haven't announced it. I told him we were going to announce it today and we'll get it out. But he called me Saturday, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's very, very, very good. So Jesse, you're a senior coming up as well. So what are you looking to for this Bronson team to do this year as it's your senior year? Coming off the season you had last year. How far can this team go?
I think we can go far. Last year we were more of a running team, but this year we're going to pass the ball a lot more. So to open the field up more.
And that'll, of course, mean you're going to get the ball a lot more, right? Yeah, exactly. So you got to be excited about that. And you said that, Coach, you went to camps this summer and he couldn't be guarded.
He couldn't be guarded. He went to South Carolina. Guys couldn't guard him. We went to the blue-gray combine, and he caught everything and over the top of everybody that was there. And there were guys from all over the country at that. That was at Raymond James.
Okay.
But he's going to North Carolina A&T this weekend.
Okay.
And then we're going to Coastal on Monday. What else did you were gone. What else did you go to? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Cool.
But he was gone. KT and Matt had been to UCF, Valdosta State, a lot of other. We've been camping a lot, and that's trying to get Bronson kids out there and get their names out there, and they're seeing that they can compete with everybody that they're coming up against, and that's what changes the culture.
Right. Well, it was. I can tell you that and unfortunately, I don't get to come out as much as I'd like because I can be one place on Friday night, and I was glad to be there for the spring game because it was a good atmosphere there with Chiefland and Williston, both basically the Levy County spring game, and it was a lot of fans came out from all three teams, and Bronson was well represented hosting that game.
I think we held our own. We made some mistakes against Chiefland, and that's just the way it happens. Anybody that you're playing against, if you have 4 turnovers in a quarter, it really doesn't matter what happens after that.
It's a little different.
But then we rebounded. We played Williston later, and we were flying around, and Jesse caught a touchdown pass against them. And, again, I'm excited that, Riley get the ball to him. And, between he and Landon Gibbs and Justin Cahoon and Jazeel Freeman and Nuri Montero, I think those guys can really, really are going to make some people, really stand up and take a look.
Well, it's good to see you again, Coach.
Yes,
and
Marty, thank you.
We wish you good luck this year. And it seems things are really on the way up at Bronson, it seems like.
Yep, I'm hoping that we continue what we're doing. And, we can represent our community and our families as best we can.
All right. Thanks a lot. Good luck this year. That is the Bronson Eagles coach, Russell Holly. And we will come back. Buchholz is going to come down here next as you're watching this here today on Twitter and Facebook. We'll bring you more interviews in a moment. All right, Marty Palmer back here at Eastside as we continue with the 2021 High School Football Media Day, brought to you by BSN Sports and Winn-Dixie. And we're now joined by the head coach of the Buholtz Bobcats, Mark Whittemore. Boy, Coach, it seems like it's been a while since we've actually been in person talking. It's a little different than it was a year ago, and I guess it's good to be back in whatever normalcy we're getting back to.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Obviously, the kids are really excited about getting back to what it was like prior to this whole event, this COVID craziness.
Right.
And hey, we're back in that normal grind and enjoying it, and it's just fun to be back in here in a media day where we're not all masked up.
Right, exactly, and that's the other thing. Hopefully that can continue as well. And last year, despite the lack of spring and summer, your team had a really good year. I mean, what was it, 10-2? And
yeah, we really we responded well to the adversity that was in front of us. We lost our quarterback after game 1. We had great leadership from our seniors, fantastic leadership, really. Deshaun Owens, Matt Clayton, Damon Curtis, and Quan Smith, just unbelievable senior leadership. And we never had to cancel,
right.
which was a really cool, kind of draw that we got. We were blessed with not having to cancel games, so made the season real rich.
Yeah, I guess, well, with the exception of GHS, and you guys filled in that game. So
that's right.
That's right. You ended up playing, was that Steinbrenner? Was that when you brought them in, or was that a different game? I'm trying to remember.
Nah, you know what? I can't remember now. But
I know you brought in some opponents at the last minute. Steinbrenner was one of them. But and speaking of that, you're right. You didn't have to, postpone any games last year. And looking at the schedule this year, for week 1, going to Trinity Catholic. It's tough to start. Week 2, Sandalwood, Jacksonville. And then this one I've really been intrigued by since we heard about it. Cardinal Gibbons will be coming to Citizens Field. And
it's going to be a lot of fun.
The defending state champs.
The kids are super pumped about playing Cardinal Gibbons. And, it's going to be, I mean, shoot, we got to keep our sight. I mean, Trinity Catholic, Sandalwood, Eastside is –
Eastside too,
it's going to be a first 3 games that are just they're going to be loaded. Now, last year we started off with Trinity Christian and Oak Leaf, so we're no stranger to getting after it right when the bell sounds.
And then,
but these guys are ready to go.
And then later down the road, Childs and district play Bowles. You're going to play them, and my understanding that game is going to be.
That game is going to be in Bradford. So it's going to be at Bradford High School.
Stark, yeah.
And so it'll be a neutral site. It's going to be a lot of fun. They'll come 45 minutes. We'll come 45 minutes up.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. And I'm sure that the fans, I know Buholtz fans will be there. Bowles will bring some fans from Jacksonville. That'll be a lot of fun to see, and a heavyweight matchup there as well. And then you finish with the Bartram Trail, and again that's not even a district game anymore. It used to be for you guys, but you were taking on all comers, and I know that's something that you like to do.
Yeah, and like I said, our team is ready to go, and we've been working hard in the weight room and on the football field, and we're ready to put a good product on the field this year.
When you and of course last year you mentioned losing your quarterback early in the year, and Creed he filled in really well. But are you planning on using Creed again, or as a quarterback, or you've got someone else in the wings, I believe?
Well, we've got several guys that can play the position.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the season progresses. Right. Honestly, but we've got several athletes that can play the position.
Quan's smiling now, and talk about let's talk about Quan a little bit, because he's been busy, and I just learned the other day about this moving company. I mean, this guy is he's like his own. It's like his own product, really.
Yeah, he's he's as we used to say, he's a single successful guy.
Yeah,
he's got himself a little moving company.
Yeah,
he helps his mom out, the family. He's got a lot of responsibility, and he manages it well.
Right.
And what makes it even more fun is he plays his heart out on the field every Friday night and practices like a man-child. So, with a 3-0, practices like that, plays like that, and goes to work every day, I mean, hey, you can't ask for much more than that. So I'm really pleased with Quan and what he's brought to us here at Beals High School. Last year, unbelievable season. And, if he duplicates what he did or improves on it moving forward, he's got a chance to be one of the best that's ever played the position here in Gainesville.
We'll go ahead and have was that John McDonough down here? You can talk about him a little bit too. He's got a headset on now.
Yeah, John.
We're going to have them respond.
Yeah, of course, John. Just introduce you.
Yeah.
He is our anchor of our offense at offensive tackle. He's a returning senior that really looks to kind of fill in the gaps that Deshaun Owens, our consensus first-team All-State guy, left. And so he knows what's at stake up front for us. We've got to be solid up front for 10 straight games and then moving into the playoffs. So John's got a lot of responsibility, leadership, and playing-wise. So I'll let him talk to you.
Yeah, you're on the defensive
offensive line.
Offensive line. I'm sorry.
Offensive tackle.
We talked. Yeah, offensive tackle. Sorry, John. And we've talked a lot about offense, and that's really what Buchholz has been known for is offense.
Yeah.
But when you got these playmakers like these guys behind you, how does it feel having to block? For some players like Creed and Quan.
Well, it really takes all the pressure off of me, knowing that no matter what, they'll just be able to get it off, make a play, no matter what.
Yeah. You're a senior. Last year, the playoffs, you made it to the third round. Yeah, against Niceville. That was a great game. I mean, I know it didn't end the way you wanted to, but one of the best games I've seen in high school football in a long time against Niceville. But is this team ready to go even farther? Do you think this is a team?
I think we have a good shot. We just got to have faith in each other and keep pushing forward with full effort. And
how about defensive this year, Coach? I know we talked about how's your defense going to look. We are going to be anchored up front. Okay. So Marty, up front, our D line is really where it starts.
Okay.
So thinking about the job that John McDonough is going to have to do, we really feel like our team is going to go as our offensive and defensive lines perform.
Mm-hmm.
And we think that they're both capable of playing at a really, really high level. They're both coached extremely well. Bo Mashburn and our offensive coordinator, Matt DiBernardo, do an unbelievable job with the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to toot their horn, but I feel like they're some of the best in the business.
Right.
And then on the defensive side, Chuck Bell and Vance Johnston are just tremendous at preparing our guys up front. So, I think that's where it starts, and we are training that way.
Right.
So although Creed and Quan will be touching the football, it's really going to start with John and his buddies on both sides of the ball.
Well, let's talk to Quan. I want to get a few words with him real quick too. So, Quan, it's been a busy off season, huh? You ready to get going again?
Yes, sir.
So, it looks like this is going to be an offense. I mean, they're going to probably try to run through you as much as they can, and I do like your confidence. I read it. I don't know. Maybe sometimes it's the coach may. I think he likes it too. But you seem like you love that challenge. Just give me the ball, right?
Yeah, I do like the challenge. I just like stepping up to the challenge.
How do you find time to do this moving company thing? That's what I was going to ask you, because you've been doing it for a while, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're at school. You got football. I mean, this is a. Do you sleep?
That's a good question, because I mean, every night I don't sleep 8 hours a day. I can tell you that now.
Yeah.
But I just find time to kind of schedule around my football schedule and school schedule. So I actually have guys that work for me. So I manage a lot of jobs. So I mean,
I read that too, that you actually have employees.
Yes, sir.
So there was like people from high school team. Who are they? Just people that you got to work for you?
It's mainly my family.
Oh, your family? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, I know you got some big decisions coming up, but more importantly right now, are you ready to see how far you can take Buchholz how this team can go, maybe in the playoffs, go further than they did last year?
I feel like the approach this season, I think, is game by game. I just feel like I don't want to say what we're going to do at the end of the season. I just want to game by game. So that's just how I'm looking forward.
Coach just said you guys are really looking forward to playing Cardinal Gibbons.
Yes, sir.
That's a state championship team, right? Yeah. But I mean, I know that the rivalry games are big, but that's not a team you see every day. You ready to show what Buoltz can do?
I think that's going to be a statement game, especially not just for this city, just for like the North Florida. Like it's all been about South Florida. Every time somebody play football from another state, that's all they hear is South Florida. Right. So I feel like that's a big statement game coming from this part of the state.
Yep. Well, let's talk to Creed real quick, and then we will let you guys go. Good job, Quan. Appreciate it. Creed, last year you were kind of called in to take over the quarterback position and maybe one of the best in the state last year. But it sounds like this year it's going to be, wherever they can put you at this point, huh?
Yeah. So we got, quite a bit of guys that can play the position. But I think stepping in last year was a good opportunity for me because, playing quarterback, you got to have a lot of leadership. And, guys around me stepped up like Quan and John and Quan Smith, the running back last year.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, we'll see. We don't want to, say anything too much, but we'll see.
Yeah. Coach, it's like it was kind of similar to, it felt like when Trent played quarterback for you. It was an injury. You put him in there, and, immediately the team really, really responded. And it seemed like the same thing happened with Creed last year. It's like you can kind of plug in your sons at quarterback. They seem to get it, pretty quickly. I know they're receivers. You were a receiver.
Right.
But quarterback, they do really well with it. You put them at the quarterback position.
Well, I mean, being coaches' sons, obviously they've been around the preparation for the game for a long time. Mm-hmm. And Creed, really has been mentored by his brothers, who both played quarterback at some point in their high school career. Trent being the one that we remember the most for having to go most of the season with Cam Orth down. So it's not something that surprised us.
I know.
But we're super excited about the offensive product that we have a chance to put on the field. But we know that there's always those hiccups when you're not efficient. So it's going to be really important for us moving into this season to be efficient and to make the plays that we're supposed to make consistently. And so I think for Creed, Quan, and John, it's that consistency week in and week out that we're looking to prepare to do. It's not just the flashy big plays. It's going to be moving the chains.
Well, it's Creed. I'm sure you spend a lot of time watching your brothers play, and what do you learn from Luke or from Trent, guys like that? Like, what have you kind of taken to? Because you're a junior now, so you still got time, a couple more years at Buchholz. But what have you kind of taken from your brothers, if anything?
Yeah, I think. Especially from Trent, just the ability to play your game and not have other people, come in your ear and tell you need to run more, you need to throw more. Mm-hmm. I think a good quarterback can come into a Friday night, no matter the team, and be prepared and ready for anything they throw at you. And I think learning that from my brothers was a big thing for me, just the ability to take what they throw at you and throw something back.
You looking forward to Cardinal Gibbons too?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got a friend that plays quarterback down there, and he's a good player, so I'm ready to compete against him.
Yeah, that's like I said, it's almost every week. There's looking at your schedule, bowls and the Bartram Trails, but that's a little different because they're coming in to Citizens Field from South Florida. That is a big deal, and like you said, the bowls game at Bradford. That's kind of a neat thing that hasn't been seen. So it's going to be a tough year, I know, Coach, but you've, I'm sure you're pretty confident and you feel good about the team you got going out there.
We're excited about playing together and getting this thing started. It couldn't come soon enough, right, boys?
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, we appreciate you coming by. Good stuff as always.
Yeah,
it's good
appreciate
to see you again.
Yeah.
And
excited about having you guys on the sideline in the press box.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, a little more normalcy this year, and we look forward to seeing you guys play. So.
Thanks for all y'all do.
All right, thanks. That's Coach Mark Whittemore and the Buchholz Bobcats. Okay, welcome back to Eastside. We continue coverage of the 2021 High School Football Media Day, brought to you by BSN and by Winn-Dixie. And we continue in the city of Gainesville. We just heard from Buchholz. Now we're going to hear from the other side of town, the Blue Wave, PK Young. And we're joined now by the first-year head coach, Kevin Doley, although he's been at PK Young before. But now taking over for Coach McDonald, Marcus McDonald, who retired, stepped down after last season. And looking forward to his first year as head coach. And Coach, welcome. I appreciate you guys coming today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, and let's talk about, coming into this job and the thing. You went away for a couple years, right? And now you're back. And how about coming back to PK Young? How you've enjoyed getting back into the swing of things here as the head coach?
Yeah, so I've been in Texas and San Antonio coaching college basketball, and Coach Marcus McDonald got an opportunity to move into administration with PK, and they I guess they deemed it a good idea to bring me on back, and it's been great, being back with the guys. And most of these guys I've been coaching since they were in 6th and 7th grade, so being home and being with them has been really special for me.
Yeah, it's been under Coach McDonald, they had the first year 10-2, had a really good season. Last couple of years, a little more of a struggle. Better year last year, but coming into this job, what did you see maybe right away as something that is a strength of this team coming in?
So, like I said, some of these guys, they've been with me for a long time, and they really understand who I am as not only a coach, but as as a mentor and as a friend to them. And so we have a pretty good understanding of each other. It's really important for a new coach to have a good senior leadership group, and I definitely have that with these guys here. I think that's going to be a major aspect in our success for the year.
When I'm looking at your schedule, West Nassau, pretty good preseason or kickoff classic.
Yep. Trinity Catholic will be joining us for that as well.
Oh, okay. So you're going to play a kind of a jamboree
exactly,
there?
Yes, sir.
So that's a very good competition there. As you mentioned, Trinity Catholic. And that'll get you ready for the season, which the first game is Eastside. So you start right away with a city rivalry, and then week 2, Hawthorne. So and then Newberry, and then Union County. It's a gauntlet to start the season this year.
So with these, especially with that kickoff classic, these guys got to be ready, And we're gonna start off with West Nassau, a great football team, coached well, and Trinity Catholic. Obviously they lost a couple of guys to some Power 5 football schools, but they're still gonna be a very talented football team and a well-coached team as well. So we're gonna come in, we're gonna take some bumps and learn from it early, because like you said, we start this season hot and ready. Eastside's gonna be a fun one at Citizens Field. My first game as a head coach should be interesting.
Yep.
And then Hawthorne, we go right through the gauntlet, like you said. So they got to be ready as soon as possible.
Good to get the a city rivalry game, too, for PK. I know you don't always get to play those kind of games, and Eastside has been willing to play the last few years, so it's good.
Yes,
You don't see GHS or Buholt, so that's a chance to beat a city team, and PK Young did do that last year, beating Eastside. But and they have their own second-year coach as well coming in. He's in fact, they're just in the building right now, Coach DeLeon. So that should be a good matchup week 1.
Yeah, I'm excited. Alex does a great job with that team. Coach DeLeon is a great leader, and I was actually on the sidelines last year for the PK Eastside game, and I try my best to just learn and kind of observe from a distance, and seeing him handle his guys, it was really impressive. I think Eastside's going to be a really good team here soon.
So let's talk about your guys. Well, first of all, how many returnees that you had maybe coming back, and we'll talk about the guys you got with you here today.
So we got a group of just about 15 seniors that have all been with the program for a handful of years, and so down the list, we got right to my right, we got Danny Sanders. He had been at PK for a couple of years, moved, and then came back last year. He's the type of guy that you want in the locker room. He's a great leader. If the coach has to be the bad guy 24/7 and drag people around, it's probably not a good, successful group. But I got Danny to do that for me sometimes too, and he's done a great job of stepping in that role for me.
Okay, and let's see who. Oh, he's got the headset on. So let's ask Danny some question here. Danny, you're a senior.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm looking at this 6'2", 280. Is that right?
I believe it should be about 6'2", 300. Yes, sir.
Wow. Okay. So
I was being nice.
Well, I mean, that's something we've seen PK Young do. Having a guy like Danny on the line, you don't always have someone that big. There's always been a lot of speed. It seems like PK has the speed, but you got a guy like Danny who can help your offensive line, right?
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
out. And Danny, what are you looking forward to as your senior year comes up and playing for Coach Doling this year?
I'm looking to have a season like none other. I'm looking to go undefeated, and I think we can do it with our new coach Kevin. I'm just looking forward to getting them pads on and getting in action.
Who's maybe a team on your schedule that you're looking forward to playing? I mean, I guess Eastside's an easy answer, but is there another game other than that?
Well, I'm just looking forward to the season. We're playing a lot of good teams. I'm going to go into every game with a mindset of winning.
Yeah.
Every team we're playing should be a good battle. So, yeah, just looking forward to it.
Coach, do you have are you going to have Aaron the quarterback, or do you have some guys in mind?
No, we have Aaron the quarterback.
Yep.
He's kind of more like Aaron, our Swiss Army knife.
Right.
He is. He's just
figured as much. He is a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah,
that's right.
He's just been talented and knows what to do on the football field. It's just a natural habitat for him. So no matter where we really put him or line him up on the football field, he's going to be successful, no doubt.
Aaron, are you a senior now?
Yes, sir.
That's right. Well, let's talk about you coming into your senior year with this team. How do you see this this team matching up this year for PK Yonge?
I feel like this is going to be an amazing year with Coach Kevin coming back. Our team chemistry, we're building it up. It's going to be a pretty good season this year.
So, you know, he called you Swiss Army knife. And that's a new. I like that term because, you know, you can do a little bit of everything. And I mean, running, throwing the ball. Which one do you like? Would you rather run it? I mean,
I prefer throwing the ball. I run because
you have
people coming at me. I don't like being tackled.
Yeah, I like being tackled. I don't blame you there.
Who knew that was bad in football?
Yeah, I know, right? That's right. You looking forward to playing anyone besides? Is Eastside the answer easily, or is there another team on the schedule you're really looking forward to playing this year?
Maybe Hawthorne. I know it's a little rivalry there,
right?
But nobody in particular, really.
Hawthorne it's a rivalry.
Oh yeah,
for PK, that's true. They have a rivalry with Eastside and with PK on that side of town. That's a good point. Let's go ahead and pass that down there.
Who the best study?
Kendrick?
Yes, sir.
You senior as well?
Yes, sir.
What position you were on?
Running back and linebacker.
You're running back, that's right. Okay, so talk about, you know, playing with a guy like Aaron. How, you know, how he improves and helps your offense along.
He's a good quarterback. He knows how to throw the ball. He can run the ball, and very versatile.
You just want him to hand the ball off to you, though, don't you? You get the ball and I'm ready.
Keep it simple.
That's right. That's right. Well, you say you play linebacker, so you go. How many guys do you have that play both? Do you know?
You know, we have, well, at the end of the day, we have everybody on both sides of the depth chart.
Oh, you do?
We make sure that when we're doing our defensive individuals and defensive group, we have everybody on the list as well as our offensive time. So, you know, everybody has a position to play. These two specifically are, you know, they're so talented that it's hard to keep them off the field. That's why this specific month is dedicated to conditioning, making sure that they're prepped and ready for game time situations like that. You know, but you know, we probably have maybe 4 or 5 guys who are true both sides of the ball type football players.
How many you said?
4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay, that's not bad.
No, and especially with PK, you know, our numbers are normally somewhere around the 30 to 35 people on a team. So having guys who can really step up and be on both sides of the ball and really change the game on both sides of the ball is big for us.
I really like the navy and powder blue combination
now. Change color. You like that, huh?
Yeah, and I've noticed that PK used to do the kind of orange and blue closer to Florida, but they really changed that. But it's I think a good look.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it. You know, I did like the days where we were very similar to the University of Florida.
Right.
I think it made sense, but at the end of the day, I really do enjoy the new uniforms that we've got in. The new color scheme is beautiful, and I think we're going to look real good as well as play good on Fridays this year.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Sounds good. Yeah, you know, this is the kind of time when I got to look at the uniforms and go, which ones do I like? Which ones? Trinity Catholic's here, I like those. Green and gold. Union County, purple and white. Yeah. So East Side's in the orange and green. So, you know, you get used to certain teams and their colors. But Coach, it was good to talk to you and good to see you. Glad you're, you know, good luck this year on the first year as a head coach and getting these guys out. And we appreciate you coming today.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you having us.
All right, that's the PK Yonge Blue Wave. Thank you very much, guys. We'll be back. We are back here at Eastside High School. As we continue, we're going to have another Alachua County team. We went from Buchholz to PK Young. Now we got Santa Fe, who's stopped by. And Coach May is with us. Go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
Yes, sir. David May. I'm the offensive coordinator this year at Santa Fe High School. I coach the offensive line. I'm really excited to be on board with Coach Allen and just be a part of the whole culture change that's taking place here at Santa Fe High School.
Yeah, Coach Allen last year, and again, as we've talked to a lot of guys who were first-year head coaches last year, had to come in a year where you don't have any workouts in the spring. The summer was shortened, and it's a tough year. So it's almost as if this is probably Coach Allen's first year as he comes in. He's been able to list a little more normalcy.
Yes, sir. Just obviously having a spring and getting those live reps, man, and getting to install some offense and defense things, and just being out there with the kids, and obviously me being hired out in March and getting on campus in March and then starting spring ball. Kids having to learn me and myself learning the kids and knowing what's expected and how we're going to do things at Santa Fe High School, and more importantly, how hard we're going to compete and have fun every Friday night.
Where did you come to Santa Fe from? Was it?
Okay, so previously I was at Williston High School for a season.
Oh, you're at Williston. That's right. You said
that.
that.
Prior to that, I was in Madison County,
oh, wow.
2018-19. And then prior to that, I was in Williston again. I did 3 years, my first time there. And then prior to that, I was in Suwannee County at Suwannee High School.
Okay, some good programs.
Oh, definitely.
In there. So you talk about Madison and Suwannee, especially. Madison is quite a place to be.
It is, yes, sir. Coach Co is he just does a heck of a job year in, year out, and people don't really appreciate some things that take place there, and me being there on the inside, and obviously being at Suwannee, rivals across the bridge for so many years. I did 7 years at Suwannee, and we were rivals, but getting there and getting my hands on the inside with Coach Co, man, and seeing just how much he loves those kids and gets the respect, and what he does so well is he gets every single kid to play hard for him, not just 11 on the field.
Right. Well, so what have you learned so far? I know we haven't started summer practice yet or summer workouts, but for the season, what have you learned so far about your guys and offensively here in the spring?
I tell you what, man, the first thing I learned is how willing our kids are just willing to be coached, and the hunger they have to feel some success. The kids that stuck it out and have been here grinding every day, they really want, especially our senior class, man, they really want to go out on a high note. And I think they feel it and they know that it's possible.
Well, you're going to see pretty quickly. I mean, week 1, Newberry, and that's a rivalry game. I mean, you'll see that this year. That's a big game for for them. You probably knew that already, but Suwannee's week 2, so
That's
good
right.
start to the season for Santa Fe as they then they head home to Middleburg, and some down the stretch you'll play Union County. So you got some really good teams, good games on this schedule.
That's right, yes, sir. I'm excited. We just like talking about the next one up, and every game to us is a big one. We just going to do our very best to put our kids in the best situation possible to be successful on Friday night.
Yep, that's that's good, and it's a tough area. There's a lot of good teams in this area, but you'll see that this year as well. And I guess I'm looking at your schedule again. You play GHS, PK Young, so you're playing Eastside. So 3 teams in Alachua County you're playing. So those will be nice rivalry games. I know that the guys will look forward to that as well. And if you want to go ahead and we can introduce some of these guys here.
Okay. I got number 6 here. He's going to play running back this year, maybe a little bit of linebacker. That's Javaris Evans. I got Camarius Gates, number 55, going to play offensive line and defensive line for us, has a high motor. I got Amon Tillman, big, long, lanky receiver, plays safety as well. Just had a really, really, really good spring, and I'm ready for him to have a great season. And I got my tight end hammer guy and a linebacker over here in Turner Hilton. So I'm really looking forward to see what this big fella can do for me all year at tight end.
Right. And we'll start here. Say your name again. It's been a long day.
My name is Javaris Evans.
Say that again. Sorry.
My name is Javaris Evans.
There it is. Sorry, I couldn't hear you there. Javaris. Okay. And you play.
I play running back.
Running back.
And a little bit of linebacker too.
Are you a senior?
For be a junior.
Junior. Okay. So after last season, has it been, much easier this off season to with summer, with spring practice and everything and working out? How much different has it been this year than last off season?
It's better this year because we're actually able to have a spring, so that's better for us. And overall, just, it was just better than last year because, yeah.
How about your coach over here? He's coaching the offense. You already learning a lot offensively?
Yes, I have. I like how he installed more runs in for me. Last year, I didn't really run the ball like that, but him as an OC is better for me.
That's always important. Give me the ball a little more, right? Give me some carries. Who's the quarterback position? Do you have somebody in mind, or do y'all?
Yeah, the guy coming back from last year is
returning.
Yes, sir. Is Landon Rogers. But
Landon, right? Of course,
yeah,
I forgot.
But
I saw 100 baseball season. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a couple of kids though. Blake McCormick, who played a lot in the spring, and then our young kid, the Austin Cardoza kid. He's gonna be really good too.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, I know him. Yeah. I know him too. All right. Well, let's see. Let's pass the headset over here. Who we got here now?
Kamarius Gates.
Kamarius. Now you 55. Do you where do you play? What position?
DN.
You D end.
And offensive guard.
Okay. What do you expect from your defense this year? Coming there. Are you a senior, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of improvement are you expecting from the defense over last season?
Just not to let nothing through. Stop everything, hold everything, no fly zone, all that.
Yeah. You like getting after the quarterback, or are you more of a?
I love getting after the quarterback.
That's good. Yeah. So do they play you at both positions, DN and linebacker? You line it both? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and pass it down here. Ooh. And you are?
Amon Tillman.
Right. Okay. Amon, you returning as a wide receiver?
Yes, sir.
So you're a senior. What are you expecting from the senior year? What kind of improvements are you expecting to see offensively with your coach here?
Putting the ball in the end zone more.
Yeah. Do you think you're throwing the ball a little more, or is it about the same?
No, we're throwing the ball way more.
So that's good for you as a receiver. Do you play both ways or just receiver?
Both ways.
Oh, so you're DB as well?
Yes, sir. Safety.
Safety. Do you which one do you like better?
Receiver.
Do you?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes people say safety because they like hitting, but yeah, you'd rather get the ball.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any game on the schedule that you're kind of looking forward to?
Bradford.
Bradford. Really? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's an interesting one. I know Newberry usually is a rivalry, but y'all have a rivalry with Bradford too? No, you just want to play them?
A lot of athletes there.
Yeah, and they're actually going to 1A this year, but they're kind of like a 4A, 5A team. Yeah, right. And they have been. Okay. One more. We'll pass it down one more time there. Oh, there you go. You got it. I'm sorry. Go ahead with your name again.
My name's Turner Hilton.
Turner Hilton. Okay. Turner, you play?
I play middle linebacker and tight end.
Linebacker and tight end. Okay. So which side of the ball do you like?
I like defense. I like hitting people.
You do? Okay. See, that was the answer I was expecting. But now, and to ask the other guys, as a tight end, you expect to see the ball a little more in the offense now, or?
Yes, sir. I expect a few catches every game, to mainly just driving people off the line.
Yeah.
Give room for our running backs.
Is there a game you're looking forward to other than?
All of them.
All of them, yeah. That's a
Every
good answer, too.
matters.
Coaches will like to hear that, too. All right. Well, guys, I appreciate you coming by, and, we'll wish you good luck this year. And, I'm sure Coach Allen will have you guys already getting things ready to go this year. And we want to thank you for coming by, Coach.
Yes, sir.
As well.
Thanks for having us.
All right. That's Santa Fe High School. And we will continue live here from Eastside in just a few moments here on Facebook and Twitter. right, here we go. Welcome back to East Side. Joined now by the Bellevue High School team, the Bellevue Rattlers. Sorry, that's the wrong one there. The Bellevue Rattlers are here. And go ahead and introduce yourself, Coach. Oh, there you are.
Hey,
sorry.
how you doing? I'm Coach Carr of Bellevue. I coach wide receivers.
Okay. So we'll start with you, and then we'll have Coach McFadden talk. But so first year for Brady Ackerman as the head coach.
Absolutely.
And is this your first year at Bellevue as well, or?
Yes, sir. This will be my first year at Bellevue. Really excited about that.
How did what brought you to the Bellevue? Have you known Brady or Coach Ackerman through the years? And
I've known him through mutual coaches.
Okay.
Once I found out that he was coming to Bellevue, running the air raid, which is an offense I'm
particularly
I'm very fond of, and I know it in and out. I just thought it would be the best fit for me at that time. So.
Yeah, and we're talking the Hal Mummy air raid, right? This is still the
It's pure.
That's
pure,
where it
man.
originated.
Yeah.
Because I know Brady coached at Valdosta State, or he was around Coach Mummy.
Yes. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Very. I think they're very close friends. It's
Yeah.
a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So well, let's talk about the difference between what they were running before and this. I mean.
Well, this year we're gonna sling the ball around. I think last year they might have thrown the ball 13 times.
It's a lot different.
Yeah, in 6 games, 7 games. So
right.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot different. The ball's gonna fly around, and we're gonna play fast. We're gonna play physical. We're gonna play smart, and we're just gonna rack up some yards and live in Tuddyville, is such I call it.
Where?
Tuddyville.
Okay. So, do you have a quarterback that you guys have been brought back, or is it kind of someone you're looking to run the offense?
Yeah, we have actually right now there's a quarterback battle going on.
Mm-hmm.
So those guys are competing every day, and right now that position is, under question mark. Who's going to win that competition is going to be it. Every day those guys are competing, and I mean it goes down to the end of practice. Who's going to hit the goalpost? Before we leave the field type situation. So those guys are really putting in the work to compete and be the driver of that offense.
Well, I'm looking at your schedule now. Thanks for bringing that. And, I think this is a schedule it's pretty doable. I mean, I think the Springstead, I know, is a tough game. And, of course, Vanguard at the end, very end of the year, that's a really good team. But I think, looking at this, I see a chance to – I'm sure you guys feel that way of a winning season in here for the first year. I'm sure you're looking forward to more than that.
We just take them one day at a
right.
time, man.
Exactly.
And that's how we've been since spring. We told the other table we kind of create small wins every day just to build on that culture. And we're going to take one game at a time, 1 week at a time, get better every week. And wherever our hard work puts us at the end of the season, that's where we're going to be, man.
I like you guys actually put your Twitter handles on your name tag. That's the first time I've seen that today. You guys must really hit the Twitter pretty hard.
I know for myself, I don't hit it as hard as I should,
Okay.
But I'm working on that. I'll get there.
I understand. It's taken me a while. Finally, in the last year or so, I've given in. That's there.
That's at Coach Carr _WRS.
Yeah, that's right.
Shameless plug. I had to put that in.
Let's talk to Coach McFadden.
Absolutely. Thank you, man, for having us. Look forward to seeing you down the road.
I appreciate you coming today. And, looking forward to seeing the new air raid.
Awesome. Thank you.
At Bellevue. Coach McFadden?
Yes, sir. Coach McFadden.
Your first name?
Dennis.
Dennis, okay. So you're running the defense.
Yes, sir. Running the defense.
Okay, so what did you see coming in the spring that you can work with this defense? What areas do they have to improve, and what areas are kind of strong already at Bellevue?
Right now, their effort level is very, very strong. It seemed like they've been waiting to be coached, waiting to be coached hard. And that right there we can work with it, hands down. It doesn't matter your body type, how fast you are, anything like that. We can work with you wanting to be coached. The defensive line, I'm going to praise them because they're gonna help us out a lot during the season. they're hungry. From previous years, they're light years better. We're watching the old film and watching the film now in the spring, they're light years better. We have some athletes that's coming back and some athletes that are stepping up to fight over some positions in there. So we're gonna spice some things up this year.
Yeah. And you're also new to the area, or have you been in the area?
I graduated actually from Lakeware High School. And once
Lakeware. Okay, so you know Marion County.
Yes, I know Marion County. After graduating, I went up to North Carolina to play football. Right when I got done with football, I stayed there for the next 12 years.
Okay. Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And, I know from Coach Ackerman, he's been around Ocala, Marion County many years. And he knows the area pretty well. So he's going to, I think, immediately kind of pay dividends here at Bellevue. So who are the guys you got here today?
All right, to my right, you got Jackson Dennis right here. He's going to be a wide receiver and DB for us. He's very strong on the team. You have Andrew Lockett. He's wide receiver as well on the team. As you had to bring wide receivers for the air raid. You got Cornelius Bentley Green. He's going to be our linebacker for the defense. Very impactful players that we brought here.
Oh, you guys are returning from last year? Okay, you can put the headset on if you want to down there. We'll talk to the guys. How many guys did you have returning? Do you remember defensively from last year? Is it?
We have a few. That we're still once again building a foundation, trying to see who can play what. We have a couple of guys playing different positions. Corn down here actually was a DN, and he's moving now to a linebacker. So just based off of watching his film.
Right. He called you Corn. Is that you go by that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, Cornelius, you're a senior?
No, sir.
Oh, what year are you?
Junior.
You're a junior. Okay. So you're gonna move to linebacker. So how's that transition been?
It's not that hard. I played linebacker before. So.
Okay. Do you still a good amount of hitting? I
Yes,
guess
sir.
so. That's always good for you. What have you seen? As far as different already from last season to this season. Well, first of all, last season no spring, no summer. You've had that at least, and I'm sure that helped get used to your new coaching staff, right? How
Yes, sir.
what have you seen different defensively, maybe this year so far?
Everybody's at the ball every play. He's serious about that.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. All right, Andrew, let's go ahead and ask her. You mentioned you brought a receiver, so Andrew, you're gonna get the ball a lot more. It sounds like, right?
Yeah, air raid.
Air raid, exactly. That's what everybody says.
Yeah.
Like how many times did you probably throw the ball last year?
They probably threw the ball probably about 10 times the whole season.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And now you're talking about probably 30 to 40 a game, maybe.
At least three out of 4.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
You ready for that?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Probably got cobwebs. Last year as a receiver. Do you play another position or just?
Receiver. Yeah, that's the only position. I play,
Okay.
receiver, yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, it's got to be something you're looking forward to, though.
Yeah.
And it's always more exciting to watch that kind of offense.
Yeah.
It really is. Jackson, we'll pass it on to Jackson. Jackson, you're going to be playing what position?
Receiver
You're a
and
receiver, right?
Safety and / cornerback.
You're playing both ways. Which area do you like better? Do you like the offense or defensive side?
I like the offense because I've grown up on it.
Yeah.
I've always loved to chase after really anything. So
You got a receivers coach here too, and how have you grown accustomed to him and his first year as a coach with you guys?
he's been great with us. He's taught us a whole bunch. He's helped us through everything that we've done so far.
And as I just asked Andrew, you're going to get the ball. I mean, you expect to get the ball a lot more this year, right?
Well, in the spring game, I've already got 11 catches from
How many did you have, like, in your career before that? Maybe?
2.
Wow. Yep, that's better. So, are there any games looking at the schedule that you guys are looking, forward to? I know, you got Marion County teams, and you probably know a little bit more about them than the coaches maybe do. But Is there a game you're kind of looking forward to on the schedule?
I mean, we're always looking forward to every game.
Okay.
So every game we're always looking to win. Doesn't matter who it is.
Right. That's the right answer. It's the answer they want to hear. All right, guys. Well, we appreciate you coming by and wish you good luck this year. Look forward to seeing the air raid offense.
Yes, sir.
And the defense, too.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. Physical defense, too. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. And be sure to say hello to Coach Ackerman.
Definitely.
Guy, I've known him for a long time. Good to see he's really doing well in coaching, too. So I know you guys will be in the right hands there, I think. So, all right, guys, thanks for coming by. Bellevue Rattlers, look forward to their season as well. And we will come back with some more teams here in a moment. coach here. All right. Welcome back to Eastside as we continue our coverage of the BSN Sports and Winn-Dixie High School Football Media Day. And for 2021, we're glad to be back here. And I tell you, there are so many purple and gold teams that I sometimes you guys walk in. I was like, Columbia? No. Union County? Yeah. Lake Weir. And also the Hurricanes are here. Lake Weir Hurricanes. Coach Owen Cullen's second year. And, well, Coach, let's talk about, first of all, last year coming in a COVID year. And quite a challenge. You came over from Forest. And your first year as a head coach. It was a tough one. I know you're looking forward to this season with a little more normalcy that you've had in the spring and the summer.
Absolutely. It was definitely a challenge being a first-year head coach during the COVID transition period, if you'll call it that. We had several players who were unable to attend school and participate in sports, and we are looking very, very much forward to this year and starting anew, if you will.
Starting anew, basically, yeah. It's almost as if probably this feels like your first year.
Indeed.
It really
it really does. You know, first year we really have had a productive summer. We were able to take kids to camps and participate in 7-on-7 tournaments and lift all summer. So it's been a heck of a lot easier this year than it was last year.
And it's raining now.
There it is.
Well,
it's hurricane season.
I don't know if you guys will be able to work out. Well, unless you're outside, I don't know. But yeah, I know, right? We had a few days of dry and in between storms, and now the wet weather's back. But you're used to it being here in Florida. And as you look to this season too, the schedule. We talked a little bit about this before you came on the air. You start with Falaka, a first-year head coach there. And then 4 straight home games, including George Jenkins coming in. So that's a big matchup.
Yeah, we wanted to look outside the county this year and get at least one game from a team that's coming somewhere else than North Central Florida. George Jenkins is a school that I had some reach back with. I'm a Lakeland graduate, and my wife was a George Jenkins graduate. And I know the athletic director there, and he was looking for a game, and everything just came together. It worked out.
That's good, and that'll be, they're 7A, so that'll be week 3 for you in the midst of your 4-game homestand. And then Leesburg and Bellevue, and that's Brady Ackerman, first-year coach there. So that'll be homecoming against a county rival. That should be interesting.
Indeed. We're definitely looking forward to a good, strong homecoming game at Lake Weir High School.
So, and as the season goes on, you said you're hoping to circle that Dunellen game. You hope the team is ready for a game against what's usually a really good Dunellen team. That's the game
absolutely.
You're
I think here in Marion County, there's 2 teams that you have. If you have them on your schedule, you have to circle them, and that's Vanguard and Dunellen. And we don't, because of the district realignment this year, we don't have Vanguard, but we do have Dunellen, and they've been the top in the county the last couple of years. And so we've definitely, anytime we measure ourselves up against somebody, we want to measure ourselves up against the best, and that's who Dunellen is. So we want to definitely get after them.
Well, and we talked a little bit, too. Only 5 seniors on this team, only 3 returning starters. So a fairly young squad coming back for you this year.
Absolutely. And, I definitely don't want to fall on the sword of saying the team is young and we've got a lot to do because, we're looking at 30 kids who have really committed themselves all summer to working hard in the weight room and buying in. And they've really galvanized this mantra of we're all we got, we all we need. And that's kind of been our focus for this coming season. Don't worry about who's left and who's not here. Just worry about who is here and who's ready to work with you in the trenches.
And one of the guys we have here with you is actually we'll start with Gerald. That's fine. We'll talk about him but Gerald is one of the returning starters coming back as the linebacker and I guess the leader of your defense coming back.
Indeed, yes, sir. So Gerald is just one of those kids who last year I noticed really quick. He's just got a nose for the football. He does a great job of getting the timing down of the cadence, and sometimes it almost appears like, Gerald knows the secrets because he could just, he flows to the ball very well, and he led our team in sacks last year as the Mike linebacker, led our team in tackles. He was an all-county player, Mespy player, and I couldn't ask for somebody better to lead our defense this year.
Are you, what year are you? Are you a senior now? I'm senior. So as you look to this year, as your senior year, I mean, I know you'll be trusted again to be the leader on defense, but what are you looking at as far as how this defense can improve and what the strength maybe be of this Lake Weir defense coming in?
I say we look for more aggression.
Okay.
Because
we could teach all the techniques,
Uh-huh.
plays, everything we want. But if we don't have aggression, then we definitely can't get to the ball and go against the top guys on schedule, which is Denellen, which we're trying to beat this year.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm hearing that. You want to beat Denellen. Yeah, and that's you're gonna have to. You're right. You're gonna have to be ready for that. But,
Absolutely.
So I guess it'd be easy to say Denellen's a game you're looking forward to. Is there another game that you're kind of circling? Maybe on the schedule that you're really wanting to play, or you're looking forward to all of them, I'm sure. But is there another game that will be pretty psyched about other than Denellen?
I say George Jenkins because it's a school I haven't won against before. So
yeah,
something new to go against.
There you go. Those are basically probably the two best teams on your schedule.
That's okay.
There you go, right?
That's
Exactly. Let's talk to Shamari. Oh, yeah, either way. Actually, let's talk to Manny. Sorry. Then we'll go to Jamari. Manny, first of all, you're expected to be the quarterback, and what have you kind of learned in the offseason to get you ready for being the starting quarterback this year?
Well, we've been doing a lot of camps and 7-on-7s, so I've been learning to read defenses and react to what they do, so then I can do a completion.
You guys done pretty well in the camps this summer?
Yes. We went to FSU, and we also went to Macon, Georgia.
Mercer
University.
Okay, cool. That's good. Yeah, that'll keep you busy too.
Absolutely.
What about playing for your coach here? What do you think of your coach? Second year.
I love it.
He seems like I mean, he seems like a fun guy, really.
Yeah, great to be around.
Yeah.
He really pushes you hard. To make you better.
Were you an offensive or defensive?
When I played, I was an offensive guy, but
Offensive guy.
since coaching, I've been a defensive guy. It's
okay.
I keep trying to find a way to get back on the offensive side of the ball, but those offensive guys keep me away.
Yeah, well, you're the head coach. At any point, you could just probably do it. But
I am, but I got to do what's best for the team,
Right.
so I'll stay with the defense.
Yeah, I think some coaches would be in the middle of it. Some would just say, I don't want to know anything about it. Probably.
Yeah.
But
very excited about Manny though coming
Yeah.
up this year. When we went to the Mercer University camp, he got a lot of compliments from some big schools, and at Florida State, Valdosta State took notice, and I recruited Manny off the baseball field. As a freshman, he was starting at third base for our baseball team, and I said, "Man, that kid's got some good size. I really would like to get him out here on the football field." And things kind of fell in place, and Manny has just been a kid who's. He probably pound for pound the strongest kid on the team. He deadlifts over 500 pounds.
Shoot.
And,
Okay.
He's just a kid that is just what we need to build a program around.
All right.
These young guys like Manny and Jamari and Gerald can graduate after this year knowing that he's leaving the program in good hands.
Right. Manny, 500 pounds, really? You deadlift 500? Man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know how I would ever do that.
Not very many quarterbacks can do
No,
that.
not many quarterbacks at all. I was going to say, quarterbacks aren't usually the guys who lift the most, but that's impressive. Let's move the headset down to Jamari now. And Jamari, I know we were talking earlier, but you're coming back after a season away. You couldn't play last year because of COVID. You were in school but didn't play. And what have you most enjoyed about getting back on the football field this year?
I mean, I know that I enjoy that I'm getting stronger every week,
Yeah.
And, I'm learning new workouts every week and new drills and new techniques every week. And it's like everything's just, getting perfected.
Was it hard not being out there last year?
Very hard. It was a tough one.
Yeah. Well, it was a weird year for a lot of people, a lot of different, And you're going to be you're an defensive end, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're put the heat on the quarterback kind of guy, or stuff in the run. What do you mostly do as the D end? Probably getting after the quarterback.
Yes, sir. I play strong side.
Strong side. Okay.
So Jamari is filling the shoes of Karan Williams, who was also a Mespy kid, and Karan was 6'5", 220 pounds. He's, he got a full ride up to Davenport University this year after he graduated up in Michigan, and so that we're looking to Jamari to fill those shoes, and once Gerald kind of graduates this year, we'll look to Jamari to be the leader on that defense.
Yeah, you've got 4 guys who graduated from your defense. that were really good players.
Yes, sir. All 4 went to college.
All went to college. So, yep, that will be, quite a job replacing that. But I know that's something you always look forward to the challenge.
That's it.
So, yep.
And we're not going to be a huge defense, right, Jamari? We're going to be a fast defense, I would say.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's one way of doing it. And how big are I see it's 6 foot 195. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you rely more on speed. That's not it's not really a big defensive end.
Right.
Not really.
Yeah, not really.
Yes, sir.
But you're strong.
Very.
Right? Yeah, there you go. Looks like you guys really like to lift.
We love to lift. Well, I think honestly that's the differentiator, if that's even a word. I mean,
right.
You go ask some of these other guys, Union County and Columbia, and these teams that have success year over year, and they might not be the most talented team, but they work hard in the weight room and are able to overcome some things on the field because of that.
Well, Marion County is there's so much talent there in so many sports, and football is definitely one of them. So it's you've been around it, being
Absolutely.
at Forest and now at Lake Weir. So there's always, it seems like, more players coming up through the system at every school. So I'm sure that's something you're looking forward to see these guys get on the field this year.
Yes, sir. We can't wait.
And that will start on August 27th at Palatka. That's the first game for Lake Weir this season. And then 4 straight home games. 4 of the last 5 are on the road, so an interesting schedule.
We're excited about it. We're going to be road warriors towards the end of the season.
There you go.
Like the kids say every day, we all we got.
We all we need.
We all we need.
All right. Well,
amen.
Thank you guys for coming today. We appreciate
you
it.
so much.
Good meeting you,
Yes,
and
sir.
good talking to you. And good luck this year. That's the Lake Weir Hurricanes, Coach
Yes, sir.
Owen Cullen. We'll be back here in just a moment, see if someone else is coming over here. We'll get someone else on the air.